PKA 658 with our guest Travis Bell. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by PharoahDistro.com, Lock and Load, and of course, Blue Chew, a bunch of wonderful sponsors. Hear more about them later. Travis Bell, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Yeah, thanks for having me. How are you guys? Good, I hope.
Doing so good. Solid. Yeah. It's unbelievably hot in my house. It's like 105 degrees outside, and my AC's not winning the battle 100%. And so I went and I put on a black shirt before the start of the show so no one can tell how much I'm sweating.
It's it is hotter than 10 hells here in Indiana, so we are right there with you. So
yeah, you're in the mix. That's what sucks about like Missouri and Indiana is it gets hot as fuck here and it's humid and muggy, but you get no respect from the people in the South who think it's like worse there.
Yeah,
we do think that. Yeah.
Check your.
It is worse.
We also think we're better at football.
No, that's okay. Fine.
I mean, the numbers add up. Humidity, it's temperature.
What is the temperature there today, Taylor?
Like 105. It has like heat warnings up to 112.
Wait, 105 real temperature
feels
or like heat index feels like?
No, 105 is real. The 112 is feels like. My phone lit up and was like, go inside. Like,
do you believe in global warming? Do you believe that human beings have influenced global temperatures to rise, and that's why we're getting these heat waves?
I think we definitely impact temperature, right?
I looked up St. Louis temperature. I have to say this. It's 100 degrees
Probably
there
not.
at like 7 p.m. 101 at 10 p.m.
Yeah, what's it? Yeah, like it's 97.
Dude, I went to the grocery store today, and this poor fucking high school kid was pushing so many carts inside, soaking wet. And I like waited for him behind the carts because he was pushing them all in, and I needed to grab one. And so I waited for him to do his little unhooking maneuver. And he was like, he looked at me just like a war veteran and was like, it's so hot out there. He told me that. And I was like, I do not envy you today, man. That sucks. But yeah, shout out to that guy. Shout out to that guy.
Bro, 101 at 10 p.m. is hot. That's
impressive.
Yeah, that's respectable, even though it's Missouri.
Yeah, well, your grocery cart guy, that would have been last day for me, right? I'd have been like, I'm out. See you later.
Yeah.
So.
You don't do well with hot, terrible jobs?
Well, it's just this doesn't do well with, and if you're out in clouds for moments, you're like, oh, it's so pretty out. And then you come back in, and if you can't tell, I'm red because we're, of course, never-endingly remodeling the whole backyard all the time.
So are you on like a compound now? You said you have an office in your yard and then
I live on the street I grew up on, which is bizarre. I lived at about 30 blocks away, and I drove past this house my whole life, and it had a 48 by 40 pole barn in the back, and I was like, oh, cool, we can put all our junk back there, or my junk back there. And it's a house that was built in the 50s, and it's maybe has orange brick, and my beautiful wife is like, you expect me to move into a home with orange bricks? And I go, but look at the building that had no permission. What color
and no permit to be?
I don't know, anything but orange for my wife. Yeah. And at that point, so we ended up buying it and remodeling it. And then there was old broken down greenhouses behind this property, and it had trees sticking out the top that were 400 feet tall, like crazy, like ridiculous, times 700 trees. And so we purchased that property and spent about 3.5 years on a 1977 Case backhoe that I had no business driving or owning, that I bought out of a cemetery that all it ever did was dig graves its whole life. Ooh. And so after that, we now have this big monster building and go-kart track and all kinds of crazy stuff out back now.
You took down a forest with a backhoe?
Yeah. Well, did our best.
Is that the right tool? There must be
no. No.
You scoop it out.
Yeah,
that's not how you do trees, right?
No, it was you were supposed to push them over with bulldozers and things, but you use what you have available, and what we had available was a 1977 Case backhoe.
Do you save money by buying your own backhoe as opposed to hiring someone with the right tool? Okay.
Oh yeah, because it's here at any time. I mean, we used it today. Like it's a part of the property now. So yeah, I mean, I bought one of like those Kawasaki mules, and it was like, I would never use this thing because you like roll up like Mr. Rourke on the thing, and I drove it here 10 minutes ago. So it's
mild compared to the mule, but I have a golf cart with a pickup truck bed on the back. It's this plastic thing. And my God, I use it all the time, constantly.
Sure.
And every time I hop in, and I'm like, I'm so glad I'm not walking 100 feet. That'd be horrible.
Oh, heaven forbid that.
I want to talk about this fucking backhoe though. Like, think about what that is. It dug the countless graves, easily hundreds, maybe thousands of graves. If it,
so not countless, but yeah.
We have.
Well, we don't. If you don't keep count, then it's countless. It could be 3 in reality, but
I'm on Team Kyle here. You totally know what counted.
Countless graves.
Countless graves.
There might be some evil in there, right? Everyone talks about haunted houses.
And then also you think that we'll probably talk about the ridiculous ambulance that I own, but it does have a gurney on the back of it in it, and as we drive across the country and do things, we're like going, God, how many people have died on the gurney in the back of this ambulance? So, but it's
so it's the original gurney.
Countless.
So it's an original gurney.
Yes, and it's from Atlanta, so it's the Dan gurney. But who knows how many people have died on that thing?
Definitely some, absolutely some.
The death thing actually held me back. I used to be into off-roading in a very serious way. So I had this dedicated off-road buggy type thing. And along with it is the need to tow and a place to sleep by the woods. So I was thinking about an ambulance, but I really didn't want all the death. What, I'm going to sleep back there where everyone died?
They are creepy. And when you start messing around or needing switches or things out of the ambulance, you're like going, oh man, like they had to keep someone alive in this thing. So it's it's back to Kyle's morbid thoughts of backhoes and
were there any
evil backhoe?
Were there any weird
the dead in it?
Any stains? Any like odd smells when you got it?
No, it's sanitized for our protection. Let's hope so.
I would hope so.
You guys ever ridden in an ambulance as a customer?
No.
Oh, yes.
I've been in the back.
Yeah, me too.
Like I've had to call.
I've had to.
Yeah, I've had to call my starter wife from the back of an ambulance after being T-boned once. So it was. I was like
starter wife.
Oh yeah, if
this is what the pre-trophy wife is called.
Yeah, well, now my wife is the CEO of my life, but everybody, well, not everybody, but occasionally you make a mistake here and there. So.
Yeah, you certainly do, Travis.
Well, I mean, if you guys,
I made different mistakes.
Yeah, well,
everyone makes dumb mistakes all the time, their entire life.
If you hear Christopher Michaels talk about it, Christopher Michaels calls it my wife at the time, and we call it the starter wife. So,
all right,
yeah.
So you said the ambulance came from Atlanta. I know Vin Wiki. Those guys. What's that?
Gurney came from the gurney in the ambulance. Came from Atlanta.
Okay. Wait. So did you like assemble
so they're not sold as a set?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, that's very retro. The people who died in that would have died anyway by now.
That's so
wait. That's who's the Hamburglar
Run?
That's my ambulance.
Who's dressed as the Cannonball Run dude? You? Who is that?
So I'm the bald guy, obviously leaning against it. The guy that dressed as Captain Chaos is my buddy Matt Davis, and he looks exactly like Don DeLuise. Yeah. And then the guy that's hanging out of it is the current Cannonball Run record holder, Arnie Toman. And that is the 1978 replica of what is left of the Transcon Medivac, built exactly as the original one was.
Have you ever?
I think our audience and co-hosts might be too young for Cannonball Run. Kyle, did you maybe see it?
No, I have never seen the movie.
I'm aware of it. I'm too young for that.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, you guys can't appreciate how well done this picture is. He nailed it.
I can tell by your appreciation of it. It's done very, very well. But have you ever run a red, anything like that? Flipping the lights on.
Oh yeah.
That's very cool.
Well, but the problem is if you're out testing it or getting it ready for an event or a cross country run, because if Woody's driving a Lamborghini and Kyle's driving a Ferrari and Taylor's driving a Corvette, you guys are going to run into traffic at some point in your time, across the country.
Yeah.
All I have to do is hit the lights and sirens, and everybody gets the hell out of my way. And they don't. And even if you don't have it on, they still get the hell out of your way. So it is in 1979, Brock Yates and Hal Needham came up with this idea, and that was the Transcon Medivac.
That's awesome.
But in modern days, if I'm a cop and I see that thing, it's so odd looking that I wouldn't stop you, because I'd be like, oh, I bet that's one of those special organ transfer ambulances. Or oh, I bet it's got that guy that's got the fucking bubonic plague I heard about. Like,
sure.
not pull them over.
And we have one of those little like coolers in the back that says organ transplant. I mean, there's
you should be holding in your hands.
Yeah, the Cannonball Run stuff is not about. It's always about the story more than anything else. So.
Yeah, man, that's cool. I want something haunted. Yeah. A backhoe,
ambulance,
something with a history of death. What would it take for any of you to actually get rid of something that had that? Like, if you had a backhoe that was used in digging graves, or if your ambulance suddenly started moaning at you, like, what would it take?
Oh, wait. All right, wait. You're talking about like actual.
I'm talking about like if something really has to happen. What would actually have to happen? How many cracks in the night? How many weird? It turns on its own. Turns to the same radio station. Stuff you could explain away at first, but it's too odd.
Okay, so let's barring the, let's say, haunted radio actually going, hey Kyle, it's real. like as long as it's sort of
it's putting that song from the end of The Shining on over and over when you don't.
Or like maybe my clock radio, like it plays the same scary song, like suggestive songs, like everywhere you go, I'll be watching you, like stuff like that. I'm like, what the fuck? 4 times today? Yeah. I think if enough weird stuff started happening, I'm not attached to a clock radio enough to I'll just get rid of it. But what if it's expensive? What if it's your car?
Yeah, that's right. So if you will roll out to whatever your car is this week, and you're like going, dang, that same song's on, and magically, like, it just opened the garage door by itself, and you're like, bro, it's got to come. This has bye. Yeah,
you got to get rid of it. There's that movie about the car that tries to kill you. I think it's called The Car. It's terrible.
Christine. Well, there's one called The Car.
Remake of it called The Car. No, the truck. The semi or the truck.
The classic.
It's so stupid. Yeah, I haven't seen Christine.
Yeah. They do this thing in Christine. I can't remember what kind of car that is. It's beautiful.
It's hard to remember.
Plymouth Fury.
You're right.
So 1958 Plymouth Fury.
Yeah, they do this thing where they play the footage in reverse of it. They destroy it, and then they play the footage in reverse, so it looks like it's healing on its own, and it's pretty good effect for the time. And I think it's a TV movie, Stephen King type thing. So the idea of devices turning on us. It wasn't.
It was a novel first, and then it became a movie. Of course, if it was a Stephen King thing, and then it takes possession. Like if Taylor owns Christine, and then we're all like, bro, you should like maybe not hang out with your car as often. And then he just like becomes this other guy, like, but it's Christine. I have to hang out with her. And we're like, yep, Taylor's off the friend list now. So
then you got to stop hanging out with me, because Christine or whatever ghost demon is tempting me is going to convince me to come get you guys. Because that's what demons want. They don't want to settle for one person. Yeah.
I will say this. I just moved into a new place maybe 3 weeks ago. And at night, sometimes I'll hear some noises, and I can't really put my finger on exactly what it is. It's nothing nefarious. It's just like cracks and pops. It sounds like, I don't know, like the boards are being stepped on and being. Is it
like a tinny, high pitched noise that you have all the time?
No. It's cracks and pops like of wooden stuff in the like walls and stuff. And the thing is, the dog. I've seen the dog multiple times go into a room that nobody goes into and bark at the wall. Like,
how old is this house that you moved into?
20 years, let's call it.
Okay,
it's some ancient estate. Like,
right, I'm just making sure that there's not a guy.
We got indoor plumbing and such, but this when the
is
dog
it the dog
barks,
with Down syndrome?
It's different dogs. Like it's the young dog and the old dog.
That is one of them, the dog with Down syndrome.
None of them have Down syndrome. It was it was a husky with a big head.
Travis, you have to understand, Kyle is a dog with Down syndrome,
and he doesn't like to admit it.
And we're totally fine with it. He's the one who thinks it's bad.
He's a good boy.
Zach, can you possibly find the picture?
He's a great boy, and we love him. And there's nothing wrong with him having that.
Rocky, you're talking shit.
No, he can't understand us, and we know why.
He doesn't speak English.
Even if he spoke English.
Poor guy.
The other dog like walks straight up to the wall, and again, just moved in this house. I'm not a disgusting person. My house doesn't have flavors. My walls don't have flavors. What I'm saying is the dog's licking the wall, licking the paint, the drywall and the same spot that they were barking earlier. And so I'm a little afraid. There may be something.
Do you live close to a church, like an exorcist? I mean, do we need to come and do something?
There's a temple.
A temple. I mean, what you probably want to do. I would, if I really thought I had a demon problem, the last thing I would want to do is just pick one religion and have them come, because then the priest who comes, he knows that I don't know anything about demons, and so I'm going to trust what he's doing with the demon stuff. If I bring like a monk, a priest, a rabbi, the other flavors, Buddhist
various
guy,
holy men, shaman,
and then I bring them and I schedule them all at the same time, almost like, and then
this is going to be a joke, right?
They almost have to compete.
So a monk, a priest, and a rabbi walk into Taylor's.
Yeah, walk into Taylor's house, and then they realize, I got scammed. But
they realize they should be. Yeah, they're like, which way to Kyle's house?
Yeah, you're wasting our time. And it's like,
show me to the dog that licks the walls.
It's fucking scary when it
would come down to the pricing. Whichever one offered to do it the cheapest, I would try them first, and then reverse order. I bet the priest would be the cheapest.
I bet he would too. He has a family discount.
There's the most of them. Yeah. Right? There's got to be way more. There's a million more priests than rabbis, just because there's more Catholics than Jews. So
when's the last time you saw a Catholic priest in costume?
Oh, like probably.
Oh, we found it. The dog. That's Kyle's dog with Down syndrome.
Oh, that's him. Yeah. That's
whoa. I mean, either that's a bad angle or the dome on that dog is humongous.
It's a good angle.
I don't like to say rescued, but I just gotten him and he'd had a hard time of it. He's really underfed.
He's got street cred. Like
He's got
he looks like crayon eating all the crayons in Kyle's house. Where's my glue? Rocky.
Rocky, they're trashing you online. You don't even know.
I feel guilty for how funny this is to me, and I'm not even the one saying it.
The dog doesn't care.
He's a good guy. No, he doesn't care. He's retarded.
He's a good boy. Yeah. I don't fear evil. Like the idea of like ghouls and goblins living in my home, but and I'm not even sure I believe in like the concept of evil, really. You know,
like serial killers, like that's evil.
Well, is it though? Like maybe to them it's no different than like a fox scooping up a vole.
No, that's survival.
Yeah,
Ted
Bundy killed for survival. He ate every part, and so that's different than someone he kills for fun. Jeffrey Dahmer, of course. Thank you for
your hero.
One of my heroes. That guy. One of my many. Yeah, that. And so, no, I'm pretty sure you can nail that down as evil, right? You're killing other people. You're like stealing years of their life away.
Yeah.
Just stealing it from them. Yeah, that's bad.
What if you could literally steal it? What if when you killed someone, you took their life, you took their years they had remaining?
It's like vampirism.
But better.
Yeah, no, it'd still be bad. Unless you're the vampire.
I think it's better than vampirism, Woody, because with vampirism, we got to drink blood every day. That's icky.
No, I was just thinking that's not how. It's not like vampires need to kill someone to get like what Taylor's got. What 50 years left tops? So I kill him and get 50 more years. That's not how vampires work.
Yeah, vampires are already immortal. They will die without blood. So yeah, blood's the only thing that they need.
Okay, I see. All right, maybe I see where you're coming from now.
I think they'll just get all dehydrated.
They die.
That lemon on the backside of the fruit bowl that gets all shriveled up, like they just turned into that guy.
It's all sad lemon.
Yeah, no matter how much a lemon rots, it never gets gross. That's the beauty of a lemon.
I don't know about that.
I don't trust you. I don't trust the science on this one.
No, because of the fresh smell of the lemon and the citrus, the bacteria never.
No matter how old a lemon gets, you can still eat it. Trust Kyle.
When it gets shriveled and little, now you got a sweet lemon. That's how it works.
No,
look,
that's true.
I was a club disc jockey for 26 years, and when the barbacks would leave the lemons out for weeks at a time, there's no chance in hell that you're correct, Kyle.
More sweet lemons for me.
Yeah, so there's the lemons.
You can't cut it.
Yeah, you can't cut it.
You can't. What are you gonna do? Just stare at it? Like, ooh, look at that. Kyle, have some.
Once you open it up, it's no good anymore.
So, Travis, you mentioned you have a giant course in your backyard on your estate. It's for go-karts and motorcycles that you're in and you're driving them, right?
I get motion sick, so I'm the host of this event. Even though I do race across the country with my Cannonball friends, I still and I do DJ on cruise lines. I am on more. I'm on more Dramamine that's physically allowed. But yes, we built a walking path for like the neighbors and Kyle's dog with neighbors and stuff like that, just to walk around the path. And then we fenced it in and did everything. And then, of course, one of my heavily intoxicated friends was like, dude, you don't have a walking path. You got a go-kart track. And I was like, and so, of course, that turned into the Backyard 400. And we had 33 carts in our backyard. And they all have to look like Shriner carts, though. They can't be like a shifter cart with a Hans device and helmets and all that. Well, helmets, and we needed those. But needless to say, we had 33 carts and had a go-kart race in my backyard. And
is it a dirt track?
No, it is a paved 1/3 mile go-kart track with 12 turns in my backyard.
That rules.
It cost
That's so fun.
I had my driveway paved, and it was a financial event.
Financial event of the decade.
That is it. There is some of the paved path that goes back behind them, probably about 1/3 of a mile. That is the turns 7 and 8 that go between the trees, and we was in and out, and that's what everybody had to look like. You could not show up. You had to have a body on the cart, and it was a 6.5 horse, and it was the craziest. I was very sure we were going to put somebody's leg all backwards.
What's the top speed you get up to in these little cars on your?
Unfortunately, it's about 41 miles an hour.
Whoa!
That's pretty quick in those.
No, that's deadly in those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then of course, if you get shoved off the track, you're going to end up in a tree. And so that the person. That's my brother-in-law going ass over tea kettle right there in turn 11. And
he's wearing his gear.
He ended up
wearing a helmet and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have gloves on?
Yeah, we kind of that's him again. He was notoriously on 2 wheels all day, but we made sure everybody wore gloves and long sleeve shirts until my brother-in-law showed up, and then he just went out there and laid the wood, and we had a mariachi band for the opening ceremonies. We had everything. A grand marshal. If you won the Backyard 400, you won a 1989 Chevy Cavalier Z24 convertible. So I have never seen more people competitive over a Cavalier.
That's
Your
awesome.
brother-in-law's got an Alpine Star t-shirt on. That's got to have some level of protection.
Yeah. Well, and then, like I said, you got the Corvette and
clothing,
whatever. That's Chris Michaels up there in that's on VinWiki, and he's on the Hot Wheels Challenge. He's driving the little Dodge Mini Ram up there. So,
it was hilarious.
It was pretty ridiculous. And there's a comedian called Alex Morrison, and he is like notorious for like 305 Come Alive or some crazy. He can do it substantially better than I can. But we invited him up here, and he was our grand marshal. So it was ridiculous. But you can see there's a fence all the way around the property, and there is a go-kart track in my backyard.
That looks like an expensive fence.
Yeah, it's I have great neighbors except one, so he got the fence.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the go-kart course.
That's an expensive fence.
Yeah, he is difficult, and I've lived on this street basically my whole life. He's lived here for 3 years, and I should never know my city inspector, but I know him real good because of my my neighbor on the other side of the fence.
Quick question, Travis.
Nice.
Is it possible that you are difficult?
Yes.
Like my neighbors, he complains about the go-kart races I hold in my backyard.
He's always like, I'm 85. I have dementia. It scares me.
But it's once a year. I mean, they're not out there racing right now. It's one day a year, and so if he can't live with that, that's not a problem. There's a fence. So enjoy the fence.
That's actually really cool. Now, my first concern is like, what if one of these fellas cracks his skull open on my little course out here in my backyard, and then I have to sell my fence to pay him off?
Or with a backhoe or whatever.
Yeah. Do we sign waivers before we?
Yes. Oh, yeah. But that waiver is about as good as the paper it's on. It's.
Are you in Georgia?
Yes. No, we're in Indianapolis. We are about 4 miles from the track, maybe 6 miles from the track. So.
Oh wow! So if you get bored of your track, you just go to that.
Well, I own one of the. I own a Winston Cup car from the very first Brickyard 400. So I have problems. And the last time I went to Indy to drive it around the track with Ed Boley and then a bunch of our YouTube friends, we got rained out. We actually had a pass to drive it on the track, got rained out. So I drove it home. And so out there on the interwebs, there's me driving. That's it. That's my number 99, Danny Sullivan's car from the very first Brickyard 400. He also won the 1985 Indy 500. Then the city of Indianapolis put him in it. That's it. And
Zach, you are doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Yes,
you're appreciated, bro.
I drove it down 465 and all the way home because I was shitty. So we had a pass to get on the track, but
that's pretty awesome.
We got canceled. So if you kind of Google out there the Chevy Lumina NASCAR on 465, I drove it 16 miles home. So,
and is that frowned upon?
Oh yeah, let's
loud.
It's and it wants to go left a lot. So
it's fucking loud.
Yeah.
I didn't consider how loud it would be.
Yeah,
I didn't consider that. Does it just pull left all the time?
Pulls left hard all the time. It is set up to go left. So we left out of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, drove down. It was myself and Ed Boley and Jared Pink from Questionable Garage, and Jared was driving my Ute. Ed was driving one of his crazy exotic cars, and they just followed me up onto the highway, and I just went home. So
you should have had your police car escort you.
Man, that thing. I have no idea how I don't have a felony because of that car, but that was probably the funnest accidental purchase I've ever made in my entire life.
How'd you accidentally buy the cop car?
So it was for sale on eBay. So let's see. I'm trying. Let's see. My daughter is 28, so she was 14 when I bought it. So at 14 years old, she went with her dad to go buy this brown and tan Indiana sheriff car that I bought off of eBay up in northern Indiana in Miami County, and they were going to drive it in the local demolition derby because it's a 98 Crown Vic, but it had a knock in the motor, and it wouldn't have lasted very long, but it would have been like, race against the cops kind of thing, wreck against the cops or something. And they never used it, and they put it up for sale, and I was a high bidder, so I went up there and bought it and brought it back home and put a brand new Ford 4.6 motor back in it, and I drove it full decaled up as a full code cop car for 2.5 years. So,
damn, that's hilarious. Did you dress up ever?
No. And in Indiana, you like police officers can't have goatees. They can't have. You can have like the Magnum PI mustache, but you can't have a goatee. But that is me as the sheriff that I bought it off of, driving it up onto my trailer, and we drove it and drove it and drove it, and then we let the plates go out on it. We didn't renew the registration 1 year, so I drove it into some little bitty hillbilly, the county that is 2 counties over, and got pulled over in it. And the officer comes up, and of course I'm just standing there, and he goes, where'd you get this thing at? And I said, I bought it on eBay. And I had the auction in the glove box. I had driven this thing for 2 years. I have eaten more free McDonald's on that car than any other car. And after 7, you get a free car wash at the big car washes. Like other cops will wave at you, and you're like, hey, but it will.
I love it.
It'll go down the highway at 150 miles an hour, but it won't go down a 2-lane road at 30 because everybody else is doing 29 miles an hour in front of you.
Yeah.
Because they're scared to death. So, but we had it, got pulled over. It got towed in, and they took my little auction with me or with them, and then of course called up to Miami County, Indiana, and said, "Hey, this guy's driving around an old brown and tan Indiana sheriff car." And they said, when we sold him that car, we undecaled the car. And they called the Ford dealership where they took it, where the motor was knocking. And they said, no, when that car came in here, that car had no decals on it. Mr. Bell re-decaled the car, so he's impersonating a police officer. And I was like, you guys, you're all lying, but there's no way for me to prove it other than my 14-year-old daughter, now 28-year-old daughter, took that picture of that officer driving it up onto the trailer because she had her first digital camera and went out in the country with Dad that day to go buy a car. So she saved my rear end, and my daughter took that picture, and I took it back, and I said, here's your sheriff driving it up onto the car, and I'm in front, and it is fully decaled the day I bought it. So they gave me my car back. I went and renewed the registration, and like the people at the impound lot were like, there's no way he's going to get his car back.
And now you're back on the street serving up Travis brands of justice.
Yes. And we sold that to a cinema vehicle service place, and they blew it up on the movie Death or Grindhouse or Planet Terror. It's one of those Quentin Tarantino's movies. So I had bent the law until it broke, and it was time to let it go. So.
Good for you. That's great. I didn't know you could just buy cop cars and drive around in them.
You kind of can't.
You can.
Well, he did. So
well, I guess they were supposed to remove the decals. The cops lied to save their own bacon and put you in trouble. And the Ford dealership did too. They were like, no. Now that part is extra shitty. Like, I get the cop lying because that's cop shit, but the Ford dealership.
And then they came up and they're like, oh, Mr. Bell, the Miami County Sheriff says he would never sell a car like that. And I'm like, well, I agree with him. He should never have sold a car like this. And they go, and we went one further. We called the Ford dealership, and I go, and then I laid out pictures after pictures after pictures that my daughter took that day. And I go, here's the officer I bought it off of. Matter of fact, here's his name. Here's his bidder ID. And they were going, shit, so I was like, where's my car at? I'll be all right. And the license plate, I had one of those like dare to keep your kids off drugs plate off the back of it. But you in Indiana, of course, owning a license plate company, I love personalized license plates. So it said donut on the back of the plate on it.
So what does a license plate company do? Do you make them for the state, or you make like vanity plates for fun?
So here's Woody and I's moment here. Think of every television or movie star car you can think of, or your favorite one, and we are the company that makes the license plate for it. So in Back to the Future, when the DeLorean goes back in time and Marty McFly picks up the spinning license plate, but it's cold because time travel is cold, he drops it. The license plate says out of time.
Oh, that's cool.
So we are the company that makes the out-of-time license plate, and of course, you have to have the registration stickers that go with it. But so every Hollywood star car to movies that aren't even out yet, we are the company at CelebrityMachines.com. We are the company that make that's Will Smith's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Remember the taxi took him home to Bel-Air, and the license plate said Fresh, and that was it.
Do you have any competitors, or do you own this business exclusively?
We do. A lot of people knock our plates off because it's very easy for Taylor and me to just type in Helvetica like fresh, whatever else. But to actually emboss the plate and make it correct and make it California fonts, each state has their own fonts and things like that. So to make it dead money, exactly screen accurate as it looks. But what is cool is because, yes, that Fresh Prince plate is neat. But if you caught up to Will Smith and had him autograph it, it's even cooler. So a lot of autograph dealers and people will buy from us because, sure, if you have a signing with Cheech and Chong, they're signing 8x10 pictures of themselves. But if you have the license plate off of their car, then they will sit there and go, oh my God, I got the license plate from the Love Machine. So But yeah, we do every, like I said, movies that aren't out yet, things that haven't been released. And I can drop you a couple if you want to know some things we're working on. And
That's really cool.
So they are filming a sequel to Bill Paxton's Twisters.
Yes.
So
strike now.
Yep. So they are, of course, the hero car is a red Dodge truck. And basically, if you Twitter filming Twisters or Twisters 2 or anything, it's just that's the plate from the new Twisters movie. And there's nothing to it other than an Arkansas plate. And so we make the plates for that. There's a show on Peacock called Twisted Metal. It was a video game we played when we were kids. Mm-hmm. And the bad guy, yeah. So that's the new Twisters. But so that's kind of a fan-made one there, but still it's the same routine. But in Twisted Metal, like the bad guy car was an ice cream truck, and that's on Peacock. And so there is a Subaru with double machine guns on the hood, and the guy that played Captain America is the guy who drives that. And his car is called Evelyn. And so we do the Evelyn plates that are on his. But so, we never know what we're going to get a call for. Like, Lawyer Up from Breaking Bad when they had to do all those. Jurassic Park is on its 30th anniversary, believe it or not, to make everybody feel old. New Mario Brothers movie. We had to do the plates for the new Mario Brothers movie. And so we just, it's weird to tell people that you make license plates for a living. And you're like, well, I've yet to have a felony, but I'm still working on it. And, but, I have gotten calls from, hey, we need 2,500 Ecto 1 plates that are rusty for the premiere of the Ghostbusters Afterlife. And I'm like, when do you need them? And so they'll be like, I don't know, we've got, so there would be the normal one, and then that's the rusty one.
Oh.
And so we work with them. And then, of course, they call for all kinds of weird stuff. So yes, it is every Hollywood car you can think of. We are the company that puts the license plate that is sold to the consumer, or sometimes on the prop department on the back of the plates or on the back of the cars.
Oh, that's cool to sell it directly to the prop department. So it's like, oh, that one, we made that one and it's in the movie.
And I can see it go by screen at 100 miles an hour, and I'll be like, yep, I know who did that or whose plates that is. And
everyone.
Yeah.
Did you notice?
Yeah. And it's like being a disc jockey, like take me to Applebee's. I'm like, oh gosh, when was the last time you heard this song? And they're like going, what? I go, you can't hear. Don't worry about it.
How long have you been doing the DJ thing on the cruises?
So I was I was a club disc jockey for 26 years, and all I played was retro music, 70s and 80s music. I've played Dancing Queen more than ABBA has ever sang Dancing Queen. and it's a very niche thing, because to consider 90s music is now 24 or 23 years old. And that's the newest 90s song is 23 years old. So you have to realize that if you're like going, holy crap, the Jackson 5, half of them have passed away. Well, one of them's passed away. But then all these different amazing acts that are kind of slowly going away. So I'm 50 years old. When they started retro clubs, I was like, okay, cool. And I worked at a place called Flashback, or 8-Tracks, Flashbacks. And then I worked at a casino for years at a club called Boogie Nights. And I was done, because if my daughter had not gotten herself up for school, I would never know whether she went or not. Like, I was like, Dad, do you realize how easy your name is to forge? And when you come home after playing in clubs 4 nights a week, that's Sunday, you completely miss Sunday. So I had a lot of fun, but I retired in 2019, and New Year's Eve, and then they invited me to come on the 80s cruise. So if you go to the80scruise.com, they allow me to play with my bands and artists that I've wanted to see my entire life, and they pay me to be there. But I can, if you say soft cell, I say Tainted Love, and I say it's 152 beats per minute. And I am that idiot that you don't ever want to take to a movie, to Applebee's, to anywhere, because or if it's music trivia night, they'll be like, oh my God, I got to call Travis. And they'll be like, that's Kajagoogoo Too Shy. It's 108 beats per minute. And they'll be like, oh my God, Travis, you need some help, bro.
What do you mean
and I'm like,
per minute?
So when you're mixing a song of Kajagoogoo Too Shy, you want to go up the BPM curve because you want to mix, you don't want to crash, train wreck the dance floor. So you're going to go into something that's 110 or 112. And after that, you're going to go into something that's about 116. So this is the speed of the song. So Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Relax, Don't Do It. And it's 116 beats per minute. Into Don't You Want Me, Baby. So you're right. So you want them all to.
It might be a terrible DJ.
Yeah. Start off the fast stuff.
Yeah, Taylor, you're not going to mess up my moves?
No,
man. We need a pro to DJ.
All right, we're going to slow it down way too quick.
Yeah,
I would ask
and kill the DJ. But yeah, so they play me. And I'm on the 80s. I call the people that hired me and I'm like, thank them like every week. I'm like, thank you for allowing me to play on the 80s cruise, because it is a week of you just go out in the sea and lose your mind. And you're there with.
What do the clientele look like on an 80s cruise? Because I'll admit, I was just thinking I took my dogs out a moment ago, and I was thinking, man, I bet you get really. I know you're with a lady friend, but I was like, bet you get laid as the DJ on an 80s cruise.
Well, so there were perks growing up as a club disc jockey, but we remember we had a starter wife, and that was one of the perks too, because you don't really vet those women as you meet them. But so Kyle, what are you, about 19 years old? I don't know how old.
Yeah. 18.
Yeah. Well,
you aged.
Well, I'll be 18 next year. I'm 37.
Well, you can clearly tell he's an old soul with that members only jacket on. So I was trying to figure out how old he is.
Right.
But my wife is 35, and I have no idea how I've outkicked my coverage, but she knows every song and everything. But then there might be a 90s cruise that comes up real soon, and I already know how to play that stuff, and it's very easy. So, but the clientele is my age, your age, and it's weird because you say, all right, for the kids that grew up in their 80s, graduated in the 80s, or were born in the 80s, because if you're 21, you were born in 2002. So as at 50 years old and watching the dance clubs change, that was another reason why I left, because the phone killed the dance clubs. Because you would always go to the club to be like, oh, Travis is going to play this. When I played in a modern club, I'd have all the latest and everything. And I play music videos. So if I'm playing Jesse's Girl, he's on big screens around me, singing Jesse. But you can speed up and mix up song. So needless to say, you used to go to hear the latest and the greatest, but the telephone made it, I don't have to go there anymore. I can listen to it immediately. So, and you would watch. And if you're playing this big club and you got thousands of people there, and then you've got the 20-year-olds over there going, and I'm like, dude, go out, like, meet a girl. Like, what are you doing? Like,
you mentioned Jesse's Girl. I listen to a ton of 80s for whatever reason. I like the 80s. I like everything about the 80s.
Yeah. The synthy
even
sound.
When I really like the synthy stuff that John Carpenter did in his movies. I really, really like that stuff. So when I saw Stranger Things, kind of that, and even the logos for Stranger Things kind of pull on that nostalgia. Jesse's Girl, that guy's a piece of shit. I listened to that today.
This song.
Yeah, I watched the music video for that today while I was playing games. I had on my other monitor, and he's just stalking his best friend's girlfriend, talking about how fucking hot she is. He's like, why can't I find a woman like that?
Well, and then
I want Jesse's Girl.
That's
Is
right.
that what the song's about?
Yeah.
But then his next hit was Don't Talk to Strangers, because once he got Jesse's Girl, he was like, woman, you ain't talking to nobody.
Going nowhere.
Yeah.
Man, very transparent in his writing.
Yeah. So, I mean, retro music paid every bill around here, and it was a lot of fun. And I still am the luckiest disc jockey in the world. There's only 2 DJs that get to play on this. And we're going back out in 2024. We have 10 cabins left, and we have sold the whole boat out before July or June or August. Yeah.
Which cruise line?
Royal Caribbean. It's on the Mariner of the Seas. It's a big boy, And it's we have everybody from Air Supply to Debbie Gibson to Soft Cell on the cruise. It's crazy.
How many cruises have you been on now?
Well, I used to work I used to work for Disney Cruises for a while. So
countless.
I asked because recently that guy jumped/fell off of a smaller line, and I was going to ask you if you'd ever been on a cruise where anything crazy like that had happened.
No, it's weird though to watch when you hit like rough seas. The bigger boats, you don't really know what's going on, but you're kind of walking down a hallway kind of like this. But to walk out onto the pool deck and to watch the water splash out at 6 feet, and you don't really realize you're moving, but by the waves in the pool, like the pool is splashing out at 6 feet. So it's very, very interesting. And or when you're playing and you're watching the water move in your cup or whatever you're drinking, you're like going, holy crap, we are moving. So I've never seen it. I've seen everything that can happen in a dance club and or bar, from people that knew they didn't have seizures by strobe lights to people falling off of balconies to whatever else. Like, you know, the guy will come up and start leaning on the DJ booth, and you're like, bro, you've had a little bit too much drink, and he's like, and you're like, holy crap, this guy's having a seizure because of the strobe lights in the club. So, and he never knew he had a problem, and you're like, how do we get him out of here without making this obvious that this guy needs help right now? I've evacuated two dance clubs because of tornadoes before. So,
which Disney ships did you work on?
So, whatever the two original ones were, the Magic and the Wonder, and the Wonder. Yeah, and so that was many, many moons ago. And before Disney, so I worked at Pleasure Island, and there was a club there called 8 Tracks. But before Disney had their own cruise lines, they did a lot of test cruises on other things, and they would put like the entertainment staff on those and be like, go and tell everybody it's have a magical day or have a magical day. And you're like, have a magical day. So.
Have a magical day. Was that demoralizing?
Well, there was always like some code words when you worked for Disney. Like you would be like, you know, code V, somebody has vomited, or, you know, if someone just is like
uncrackable codes.
Yeah.
Hey, we got code V with a bunch of corn on the floor right there.
Yeah. But
we got two people here with a code F. No idea what that is.
No. But so, and there, and you would always kind of
by the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet you saw
that's old Disney though.
Well, and they got rid of all that stuff because, you know, they would be like, they call it Downtown Disney now, but they were like, come to Pleasure Island where you can get completely hammered at Disney World and then somehow get you back to wherever you came from. So it was a terrible idea, but it was a lot of fun for the staff that worked there. So, but lots of dance clubs, everything you could ever imagine. I have seen it in a club, from people falling off of balconies to you name it. Like I said, closing clubs for tornadoes. And when you get there, when you tell them there's a tornado coming, like there's severe weather, they're like, you know, fuck the DJ, you know, woo. And so I would like literally put the weather channel up on the TVs and walk. I mean, like, I'm gone. So evacuated it once for a gas leak before. That was fun. And that was back when you could smoke in clubs. So you can't tell them what the threat is, but you're like, maybe you should quit smoking. So
right now,
I think they should bring smoking indoors back.
That's true.
Well, go to any casino dance club and you will see smoking in clubs still.
I think every casino,
whenever you go to a country where they smoke indoors, that's the bastion of freedom right there. The indoor smoker.
Yeah, it's even freer when you smoke in someone else's house. You don't even ask,
right up.
I'm sorry. I thought this was America. And
you complain there's no ashtray right away. Like you're like, no ashtray, and you ash into something you totally should not ash into.
Coffee table.
I'm glad your carpet's not that nice.
You have not had freedom until you have smoked on an airplane before. So that was
ahead of my time.
That was long ago. As my mother, who smoked most of my life, and we're going to Disney World. I think I was probably 11, and she's sitting there on Eastern Airlines going just smoking it. And I'm like, dude, we were in a tube in the freaking sky, and you are having a fucking heater with everybody here
I'm the same age as you, and I have that same memory. I flew Eastern Airlines. They put a paper sign, like this is where the smoking section ends, and it would sit on the top of the seat, and it did very little to stop smoke from drifting into the no smoking section.
And I don't know, and you go to restaurants, you like smoking or non-smoking, and you would just see like the haze of the smokers like coming over into and you're like, holy crap, weird.
You didn't want to sit right next to the smoking section.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about smoking recently. I don't think it'll ever stop. A lot of people believe, and sometimes in futuristic movies, you'll see one of my favorite depictions of a cigarette in the future is The Fifth Element. Bruce Willis has this cigarette that's all filter and just a little tobacco on the end. It's like imagine what a cigarette normally is. Okay. A little filter, 80% tobacco, the inverse, and it's very expensive. But I think that we'll get so good at curing cancer that it'll be like it'll just be an inconvenience to get cancer. And so, but cigarettes are so cool. If you look at young Hollywood, they all smoke cigarettes. I see them calling out young actors and actresses all the time because they all smoke. All of them do. Every young musician smokes. It's not going to stop.
Mary-Kate and Ashley had a cigarette party. So like they were like passing out. You're like the girls from Full House are like having.
They look like they're 73.
They're my age exactly.
Are they really your age?
They would fall out of a tree like this. Like they're like
they're very wayfish. Yeah, Kyle, you do look younger than the Olsen twins.
Well, they're worth $1 billion. So
I would date them instead of Kyle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They don't have a Down syndrome dog though, so Kyle's got one up on that.
Yeah, take care of him. He's part of the package.
And he's got 3 neurotypical dogs.
He has seizures as well.
Does he really?
Does he?
No, he's fine.
I believe it 1,000%.
Yeah, I mean,
my dog with mental problems has seizures too. Why wouldn't we believe you?
And he's like, I just had to take him out. Are you sure you didn't have to like hit him with the paddles while you're out? Too?
I have one dog who's 16 and I love her to death, but she's on her way out. She coughs all night long. She has this heart murmur. You can't operate on it because she'll die from the anesthetic. So it's just like any day now.
Is she the one that licks the walls?
No, this is a tiny little dog I've got. Who's
Dude, man, do you have a fleet of dogs?
Yeah, I've got, that's exactly. I got pack insurance. It's
dog
cheaper
people.
that way. 5 dogs is a pack.
My God.
I count myself. They call me Lone Wolf. I have the jacket from Lone Wolf McQuaid. I wear it when none of that's true. I got 4 dogs, and it kind of fell into them, and I don't know. I like them a lot. But
I have 2 dogs. They're Great Danes, and by Great Danes standards, they're really old. They might be 10 and 12, but the 12-year-old knocks on the bedroom door every morning saying she needs to go out, and she didn't knock this morning. My wife wouldn't leave the bed. She didn't want to find the dead body. She made me get out of bed first. It's that.
Does Taylor have any pets? What do you got? Iguana?
I don't have any dogs. No.
I
might get one. I'd want a little one.
Start a wife dogs. Woody, I have the exact same thing going on. The way your wife won't check for the possibly dead dog. My little dog sleeps under the bed, like underneath the bed. She's got a little doggy bed under there, and she feels safe being under the bed.
I would too.
So nobody's gonna step on her. None of the dogs are gonna rough her up. The bigger dogs. Sometimes she doesn't come out right away in the mornings. She sleeps in, and it's like, come on. Come on. And after a while, you get down on your knees with the flashlight, and you're like, and she looks up like. You're like, whew, thank God. I did not want to.
We're good till tomorrow morning.
The old Great Dane, when she sleeps on her back with her feet in the air and her neck outstretched and her tongue hanging out the side. And you just look at the chest for movement. Like I want to hold a mirror up and see if she can fog it. She looks so dead when she sleeps.
I check the dog all the time to see if it's breathing. If someday she's going to be cold when I touch her, and it's going to be real fucking rough. Because I'm going to have to get a new one then, And I already know what I'm getting next time.
The dog with her. Oh yeah.
Are you going to bury the dog like in a good way, or you're not going to?
What disability will your next dog have?
So growing up, We buried all the dogs, had a little doggy funeral at the edge of the property that we kind of kept in decent order. Just, we don't have tombstones for the dogs, but my brother-in-law owns a granite company, so we got a little thing there so where the dogs are buried. And but I think I would get the dog what's the word when you burn them up?
Cremated.
Yeah, I couldn't come up with that one. I would think I'd get them cremated, but and then get rid of those ashes right away. You got to get rid of the ash. Or here's a new thing they can do, Taylor. I don't know how much it costs. If it's less than $300 or $400, I'll definitely do it.
Don't tell me you're going to shoot the dog to space.
Nah, I wouldn't do that. She'd be scared up there. She don't know nothing about space. Like keep her close to home. Like, can you imagine if her little doggy brain when you die, baby, I'm gonna burn you till there's nothing but little bits and then shoot you up into the forever sky. She'd die right then. Yeah. No, you can get them cremated and then have the ashes compressed into a diamond. And then you've got a diamond of your dog, so it'll last forever. And I like to imagine that its soul is trapped in that little crystal. And so it stays.
First, let's go into space.
And then you can go to like a pawn shop. You go to a pawn shop and be like, I'm trying to get rid of this diamond.
Yeah,
this is for me. This is like,
Cisco,
sir, there's a lot of hair in this.
Oh,
get
it cremated.
Yeah, when my last dog died, so it was a Great Dane too. And the thing about a Great Dane body is it takes a man to carry it. Like, it's a big, heavy dog. So, I don't know how to handle this. It just died in what we call our Game of Thrones room. And so I picked it up and I put it in the bed of the truck and I drove it to the vet. We had planned this. I get there and there's nothing but like basically hot chicks working at this vet. They're all like 26 years old and skinny.
Yeah.
They can't carry Great Danes. They're terrible at this task. So I have to carry my dead dog that I'm like grieving. It's been dead for 6 hours at this point. And they had me put it in the freezer. This isn't a walk-in freezer. It's like the kind of freezer you might have in your garage where you open the lid and you just dump the dog in there with the long legs sticking it. You like move the legs a little bit so the lid closes. And that's my goodbye to this dead dog. But like, what else do you do?
What else can you do?
Dang, sorry, buddy. That's
yeah. It's rough losing dogs. There isn't a good way.
You're gonna ruin my life for one day. It's gonna really fucking hurt, you little shit brain.
I'm gonna get so close to you, like over the years. I'm gonna get so emotionally attached to you. It's gonna be devastating. Aren't you so cute?
His paw under the door. He's right there right now, like outside the door, waiting on me to leave this room. Toby, the one I've had since he was a baby. Yeah, he's always there waiting.
Do the other dogs know Toby's your favorite?
No, I treat them all about the same. Toby just treats me better than the others. They all get the same love from me, but I get more love from Toby. Rocky doesn't know where he is.
Yeah.
Rocky thinks you're his mom.
Yeah, Rocky's over there listening to the ghosts of the house licking the wall going, I wish he loved me as much as he loves Toby.
Yeah, I wish he'd listened to my warnings about the specter in the laundry room.
I've got enough.
Should I tell him about Beetlejuice?
Yeah.
They escaped the yard the other day. It had never happened before. It's gated well, but without making the story silly, they got out. And I'm running in the rainstorm, half dressed, chasing them through the neighborhood. And here comes a pretty black girl walking down the sidewalk, and I'm yelling, "They're friendly! They're friendly! They're friendly!" Because I know they're gonna see her and run at her any second now. The first thing they do, Toby's like, running right at her. Rocky too. Rocky does this thing where he chops his teeth together, like chomp, 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 chomp. Like, stop making fun of my dog. So she's just terrified. She's like holding her purse up around her face, like trying to keep from getting mauled or something. I gotta go get them.
And meanwhile, you're sprinting at her too. They're friendly. They're friendly. You're gaining on her. She has no chance of escape.
I'm running as fast as I can, barefoot through the neighborhood in the rain. Yeah, I don't know what she was doing in the rain, but I got them all sealed in now. I like my dogs a lot. I grew up with dogs, but I haven't really had a dog of my own in a long time. Since I was a kid,
you have
I guess.
5.
4 for real. I was kind of joking.
4 for real.
I'm the 5th member of the pack. That's how it works.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I like
Toby's
them
the
a
leader.
lot.
No, Toby's the
Wherever Toby wants to do, we gotta do.
I'll have to sit on the floor until Toby's done eating.
That's why
Kyle's late for the
Rock,
show.
yeah.
Toby said stay.
Yeah, Rocky's still licking the wall like, I wish I could eat.
Yeah. Terrible day, babe. Got demoted. Now Rocky's above me. Like
I still haven't got him neutered. I don't know what I feel bad getting him neutered.
at this point, just don't. Like it's been so long.
Well, I think a lot of breeds, they'll allow them to keep their balls to like a year and a half because they need the testosterone for bone density. I know a breeder told me that about those Borzois. But now I just kind of feel bad. But the balls are, I mean, it's graphic, dude. His balls are way bigger than mine. And they're bald and pink. And when he sachets around, he has kind of like a wiggle to his ass, and the jewels are back there fucking clanking around.
Like a bull.
No, come on,
Like
man. Let him have his big old balls.
It's ridiculous. It's obscene.
Do you feel like he's bragging on you? He's like, "Hey, boss, I saw you get out of the shower, and I've got bigger nuts than you."
Yeah, he probably thinks I'm a girl after he saw what I was packing. I
had the opposite experience. We got a dog named Buddy. He was a yellow lab mix, and he wasn't fixed. Probably 18 months old, something like that. But he only had one nut. So it was just his uniball would sit there in the back, and it's like, this is a pitiful display of manhood. I'm embarrassed for both of us.
Poor guy.
That's hilarious. No, don't neuter him, and then you can breed him and have a whole fleet of Tobys.
Yeah, a fleet of Tobys.
I think I'm good.
Why not?
I think I'm good. I doubt I'll replace the other dog when it inevitably does go, because 4 is a lot of dogs. I almost got 5 because I had this thing where I told myself when I was getting the puppy that 2 puppies is 1.5 times harder than 1 puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Not twice as hard if you really think about it, because
They
yeah,
distract each other.
Yeah, they take care of each other, and 1 feeding time, 1 outside time, they're gonna do it. But yeah, luckily I didn't make that mistake and get Toby's sister. Then I'd have just way too many goddamn dogs. Look at
You'd
like I
have
already
puppies
do.
by now.
Way too many goddamn dogs. Yeah, it's a lot of dogs, dude. And you like sprinted into the dog game. I loved it. You went from no dogs to 4 dogs so rapidly.
I agree. Yeah,
But he's a dog person. I've known Kyle for 13 years, maybe. He's a dog person since the day I met him.
Yeah. I've always been a
All or nothing
dogman.
with Kyle. Yeah, Kyle's like, welcome to Dog Chat with Kyle. And it was like,
I am kind of all nothing, but you should get more dogs. Like you need new dogs. You've got that big house.
Down.
You know.
Are you talking to me? Or Taylor?
Well, you need to
either
wait
of us.
until you have fewer dogs than you currently do. But Taylor just lost a couple dogs. He could stand a dog or 2. Or
I have the same
dogs.
exact perspective as you do about the 2 dog thing, where it's like 2 dogs is truly not twice as hard as 1 dog.
Yeah.
And they love having a little buddy to play with. And like, cause we're humans, we have shit to do. We have to go out and about. We have and the thought of leaving a puppy alone or a dog alone by himself in my house makes me really sad. And so I wouldn't get dogs unless I was ready for 2. I'd need 2 right off the bat. I made little Cavapoos or little Bichons or a Maltese, a cute.
I have a
little,
recommendation.
This ties.
Go ahead.
I'll be quick. When I was looking for dogs, you can get bonded pairs, and those are these little dogs that have been buddies their whole lives, but for whatever reason their owner has lost them or can't take care of them, and that'd be the way to go.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I didn't realize you could buy bonded pairs of dogs.
Yeah,
that's how I buy fish. When I got our dogs, I had this idea, that 2 dogs was only 1.5 times more expensive than 1 dog. I thought for some reason there were economies of scale or something. No. 2 dogs are at least twice as expensive as 1 dog. And when you get big dogs, it's your dog needs whatever, amoxicillin or something. You'll need 4 doses because your dog is ginormous. These miniature horses of yours, everything costs so much. So
yeah, I don't like your dogs.
I would get.
I bet I bet they're nice dogs, but I have
They're
zero
so
envy
nice.
for those big bastards. Like I just imagine that dog farting and ruining a room.
You would love my dogs. You would love if you spent any time with Ender in particular. You'd be like, "This is."
Do they
my
take
boy.
like
But I would
bigger
think
poops
if there was
than you?
less of him, I'd like him more.
Bigger poops than me?
Yeah.
I think my best efforts are right there with the dogs.
It takes your best effort to get up there with the dog.
Yeah, I would say that's true.
Damn, that's pretty emasculating. Your dog's going out there just filling your yard with shit.
Dude, everything about my house is emasculate. My dogs are 7 feet tall. My son's like 6'3". I'm
You should start wearing lifts around your house.
an apron. I just give up.
Dude, is it like a little frustrating now where you're like, "Oh, Colin, time to stop. Like enough's enough,
Colin's
champ."
such a hugger. He'll come up to me. So I have a special needs son. He's 20 years old and he's like 6. If he's not 6'3", he's 6'2". And he's like, "Do you need a father-son hug?" And I always say yes, because clearly he's not asking about my needs.
Yeah.
And I just like put my head up against like his collarbone and give him a hug. And
Does he
and
pick
that's
you
how-
up and spin you sweetly? Like,
No, I'm actually bigger. I'm stronger and heavier. I'm just not as tall.
for now.
Oh man, that's
Yeah.
that's great.
I meant for now
that's
because
fair.
like you're only 49. You could shoot up.
50. Yeah.
No, 50.
You have a growth spurt.
You could have a 15-year-old growth spurt. You could
Right.
really
Don't you wish that happened? Like let me
like a
that's
surprise
surreal.
growth spurt, and like I could still look forward to being 6'4". That would
Yeah.
be
Here's my
great.
plan, right? You age. Travis,
yeah,
tell me if you're on board with this plan. You
Go
age
ahead.
until you're 50, and then throw that bitch in reverse. Get better and better every year. Your
Sure.
senile years start in your last, like 13 years when you start to lose it, and death is an orgasm.
I mean,
Done.
that's obviously better. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what did you do? Did they do anything for your 50th birthday? What did you do? Did you
not
woke up that
special,
day?
Well, let's say this. They did
eggs
something
and
and I don't
bacon.
remember it. I think I got to choose my cake and blow out
He
some
wrote
candles or
5-0 and bacon with his eggs. He got a lackluster hand job that night. Call it a day.
It's a Breaking Bad reference if you guys didn't get it.
Indeed.
Oh yes.
That was a sad scene.
Did you do anything special for your 50th? I bet it
I
sounds
I
Fat
took
whore.
16 people to the Daytona 500, and I was not. NASCAR is kind of now. It's like watching paint dry. But I always knew when my birthday was because it was generally the weekend of the Daytona 500 my whole life, and so I took everybody from Rob Pitts to there was a bunch of YouTube idiots and my friends, and we all went to the Daytona 500. But yeah, that was it. I just kind of was like, okay, I've known it my whole life. Daytona is going to be my birthday weekend, and I just my wife rented some humongous ass house that we're probably still paying for, and we're just took a bunch of friends to Daytona 500, and so that was it. So Breaking Bad, I mean, references. Here's how weird my life is with Breaking Bad. So there's a lady named Fran that owns Walter White's house, and she's a little bit of a non-understanding lady anymore because people will come to her home and don't do this and throw a pizza on her roof or
I
something
could have
like
finished that sentence. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be annoying.
And she put a solid fence around her yard now. And but movie, they're filming a Beetlejuice 2 right now, so they are all the whole sets and everything are all back and up there in Maine, or wherever. So anyhow, I've known Fran for a little while, and Haley, my wife, and I, we would watch all the seasons of Breaking Bad as in real time as they came out through AMC, and then of course we were doing the plates for the movie and the shows and El Camino and Better Call Saul and all this other stuff. So we kind of generally knew a lot of people on the set, like the two Salamanca twin brothers guys, like they're friends of ours. Like they will
that's cool.
text me. They'll be like, if you ever need anybody taken out, Travis, just give me a call, kind of thing. So I drove. We were in New Mexico, and that they weren't shooting, and it was in their final season, and I was like going, hey, let's go over to Breaking Bad house. And she's like, Haley's like, okay. And little did she know that I gave Fran my cell phone and I proposed marriage to my wife in Walter White's driveway. So then the camera crew and everybody comes out. And so, of course, I'm the spokesperson for the group. Like, I'm the guy who won't shut the hell up, where my wife is like, okay, Woody, Taylor, Kyle, please know that I'm not going to hug you and he's going to do all the talking. And so she was like, please don't make me do this. Please don't make me do this. And I'm like, what? Say yes? And she goes, no, like there's a camera crew behind you. Please don't make me do this. And I'm like, okay, you guys go fuck off for a little bit. And then Fran took all the pictures and then we were good. So, but yeah, so every time you watch Breaking Bad, that's somewhere out there in the internet, there's a Netflix show called It Was Filmed Here or something. And they got our dumbasses proposing marriage at Walter White's driveway.
Oh, that's cool.
It's really cool.
So that was my Breaking Bad story. But we had a lot. We would sell plates to Aaron Paul all the time, and he would like autograph them and like hide them and like go on Twitter and say, you know, I have hidden a plate somewhere in New Mexico, and like, you know, people would find them. Like, it's crazy. But it was like Ian Ziering from 90210 called yesterday, and he was like, Travis Bell, Ian Ziering. And I'm like, Sharknado. It is like 90210. I'm like, okay. And he goes,
was he in Sharknado also?
He was the main character of Sharknado. He was, and there's they use his license plate from 90210, which says I ate a Ferrari 4RE, and they used it in Sharknado. So he, whenever he goes and does Comic Cons, he sits there and signs license plates. So.
But he prefers the association of 90210 than that.
Yeah, probably. But Sharknado was kind of fun for him. So
they're still making them. I'm not sure how that.
Really?
Yes, yeah. I don't know how that thing took off and became a sort of so wacky and bad. It's good, and people wanted to see him. Although I'm gonna watch the Meg 2. I want to see Jason Statham attack that giant megalodon again. Did you see the preview for that?
I don't know what Meg 1 is.
Okay, so the idea is that there's a megalodon and it's
giant shark, right?
In modern times, and Jason Statham has to fight it. Well, in the second, he killed the first one, and
of course he did.
You need Jason Statham for that.
You gotta remember he was an Olympic diver. Don't forget, okay? He has aquatic skills.
That's going to be integral.
In the
who's got him on speed dial? Like, dude, megalodon, call Jason Statham. Like,
all right,
like,
I'll do it. Like, what's he gonna do? Like,
how does he kill it? Is it a knife fight?
All right, so in the preview, obviously there's just like it's preview.
Is there a pun about making it extinct?
He's on a jet ski, like revving the jet ski up, and he's got like a bunch of what look like lances or ballistas on his back and a quiver, and he's gonna like throw them at the shark, or like maybe they're like explosive tipped or something. But he's like riding at the shark like full speed
on a Sea-Doo.
On a Sea-Doo, yeah, and he's in his wetsuit with all the missiles on his back.
Is he shirtless a lot? He's 56. Can he still do shirtless lead acting parts?
I'm sure he can. I mean, I don't see why not. He's always been super fit, and like I said, he was an Olympic athlete.
Yeah,
was he really? Did you?
Yeah, he was a diver.
Oh, I thought that was part of his character. You just made up for them.
No. I'm saying that's why. Look at that
big shark.
What in the heck?
Oh, he's on a dock.
See, he's kicking it in the nose.
His foot up.
Yeah, he's kicking it in the nose when they're sensitive.
The most, that's like the most pristine dock I've ever seen in my life. Minus that board, it's broke. But
look at the CGI nails and that are stuck in the bottom right corner. Yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, there you go. This is from Meg 2. See, he's got this like these like little.
Did he fail to kill it the first movie, or is there a second one?
If I remember correctly, he killed it in the first movie, but clearly there are more of them, and I think perhaps an entire ecosystem of gargantuan beasts, but deep within the Earth's oceans.
I bet it's like they find out that like first one I killed was a baby, and then like this one's gonna be even more ridiculously large. Yeah. Well, thank God he's on the case. Man, what a stupid ass movie.
You should watch it.
Kind of neat.
It's one of those movies that is Chinese produced. So there's the ubiquitous, unexplained, pretty Chinese lady who's there for all the technical stuff, who has a little bit of an accent, but not much. Yeah.
I'm good with
the
that.
blue whale is the biggest animal to have ever existed on Earth in all of Earth time. Yeah. It happens now. Mm-hmm. It's I see that megalodon and I'm like, blue whales are bigger, and they're real and you can see them.
And blue whales though, like aren't scary. Like we're not even
scared.
on their radar. Like if they're going by you, right? Like they
When
don't.
Yeah, and you don't have to call Jason Statham when you see a blue
Yeah.
whale. You're like,
No,
He
no.
could
Kill
just
one
be
though.
like- he
Yeah.
could kill one, and he'd go to
yeah, he
prison.
could.
I would imagine you can't just kill blue. Or where would you go to prison? You're in the middle of the ocean. They're probably just
Yeah.
really hard to kill.
Put him in one of those water.
What Zach is killing it with the pictures tonight.
Dude,
Has he
Yes,
just
he
been
is.
on board with cars and license plates and now
Way to be
Megalodon?
there, Zach. Let's
God,
So
what
the
does he have, like some sort of
Megalodon-
search engine? I don't know how he does it.
Oh,
That's
come
big.
on. He's been Johnny on the spot. There's even a
No, I love it. He's great. I'm saying you're
yeah.
You know what? There could be something bigger than the blue whale. We don't not that exists now, unless it's
I wonder
really
if there's some
deep.
squid or something like Portuguese
Like a
man of war, like
squid.
not heavier but longer.
They talk about how little of the ocean is discovered. Like there's got to be millions of things we don't know about. Like,
Yeah, but they're all
ancient
stupid,
stuff.
right?
It could be cool. We don't
Maybe.
know.
Like, oh yeah, this fish is just like some other fish but slightly different. We haven't seen
But
it.
like
That's
but like
the-
150 years ago, they didn't know about all those cool like bioluminescent things. At the very bottom that had like anglerfish and all that. Like they just
Yeah.
I don't know why they
about-
glow in the dark. They should have seen them.
Well, they didn't go down far enough. But now we go
There-
down far enough and we go, oh, look at these the deepest sea fish. That's just the deepest sea fish so far. There's
and then the sub you're in implodes, and then it's over.
yeah,
So it's like-
and then you don't even get to see the Titanic, and you'll be like
Yeah.
a side point on a
don't
future tour.
crowd fund your submersible and everything will be fine.
No, crowd
all
fund
the
your
other cool
submersible.
billionaires
Mixed
have good
materials.
submersibles. At
Yeah.
first, they made it seem like this was a one of a kind submersible, and like, oh, it goes deeper than anything. And it was like, yeah, except for that one that James Cameron has. Oh, and the one that the Oceanography Institute has, and the Navy. Oh man, the Navy goes so deep. And
Wait, the Navy has one?
I think they've got like the little drones that go down for submarine rescue.
That
So,
makes
like,
sense.
Isn't there some guy
Try to
who like
save-
was a video game or like a tech guy who has a ridiculous sub? He
Yeah.
owns the
Gabe
record for the lowest
Notch,
one.
right?
Is it
Isn't
not?
that- Is it Notch or is it Gabe Newell
It's
from
Gabe.
Gabe
Gabe?
Newell. It's Gabe Newell.
Yeah.
I think you guys told me he owns the record in every single sea for lowest guy. To
Yeah.
Really?
At one
That's
point, he held that. I
That's
don't know
incredible,
if that's been
isn't it?
surpassed.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
That's such a rich person's hobby.
Yeah, but that's sweet to be like
I'm
just
gonna
to
check out
see
the
that
Mariana
James,
Trench.
like he's just like he has nothing better to do in life than to be like James Cameron just took my record in the Indian Ocean. Not for long, and then so he's just gonna do that.
yes, we'll be like, we shall dive now.
Yeah, we shall dive because you all work for me on this yacht because I'm a
I wonder what the
billionaire.
pressure is in the sub when they go down. Like how? I don't know.
What do you mean?
It would have to be consistent.
Ridiculous.
You mean
inside
in the
whole-
sub?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Like,
then you know,
I
it
bet
takes
it gets
2 hours to go
pressurized in
down,
there.
but
Yeah,
takes
one
Do you think it's
10
one
hours to go up.
atmosphere?
Yeah, like this is. We're under like 16 psi or something.
Oh, I don't
12,
think so.
60.
Like I think I've seen them shake a soda and open it, and the bubbles don't even come out
Oh.
because you've seen that too, right?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I'd like to know. And also, I have an altitude watch. If you take a plane up, you're at like 8,000 feet. Like that's the equivalent air pressure for when you fly in an airplane at
I've flown in
32,000.
not a private jet, but a private prop plane when we went
Mhm.
from like here to PA that time to do some stuff. And the bags of potato chips that were normally looked regular because we're at altitude and the pressure in the cabin was low, they were all puffed out, like they're ready to pop. It
Yeah.
was that was pretty neat. Yeah, I
we
guess
left
it's not
chips in the
an
back of the car
atmosphere.
driving back from Colorado once, and they exploded. Like,
Really?
when we got back
On the
like,
ground.
to Midwest. Yeah,
Cheap ass chips.
cheap ass chips with their goddamn pressure exploding.
Those
I've
old
seen
Sun
pictures-
Chips bags would have lasted. The ones that are so fucking noisy.
Oh, don't they last for like 10,000 years or something stupid?
What?
Is it that or the opposite? I thought they were like green bags.
Oh, are they?
I'm not
There's
sure.
there's the sun chip bags, but I'd rather it take 10,000 years than eat out of the sun chip bag, which is
Mm.
the loudest material on earth.
Sun chips are disgusting. Every time I've had a sun chip, I've never finished a bag of sun chips in my life.
I mean, they're just chips. They're just like
No, they're terrible.
multi-grain chips.
No,
with,
there's
like,
something else
seasoning
going on
it.
there. Whatever they're made of is
Okay, well,
terrible.
what's your king chip?
Yeah, what's your go-to chip?
I mean, just the Lay's original is a killer chip. But
That is a good chip.
but anything's better than a sun chip. It is the bottom tier of chips.
I
don't
disagree.
agree that sun chips are that bad. Also, I think the Cape Cod kettle cooked chips are the top of the heap.
Those are
Wow.
solid. Those are some good chips.
If you want to
what's
hurt
your top
yourself, you go vinegar. You can't finish the whole bag because it'll burn your tongue. But
You
if you're
can.
stupid and you're driving, that'll happen.
I Vaseline up.
Smart.
Drink a can.
Well, and then you have that movement when they move the Pringles out of the chip aisle because they're crisps and they're not quite chips, and so you're like walking down the aisle like, dang, some Pringles sound good now. You're like, oh crap, they're on like aisle 7. So
because the way they make Pringles,
being an adult. I'm sorry. As a kid, you buy Pringles. My family would share a tube of Pringles, like at the YMCA pool.
Right.
As an adult, no one can stop me from getting a whole Pringles tube.
Polish that whole thing off. Right. It's like gone by the end of the afternoon. Yeah.
I still need adult supervision.
I don't like them at all.
You like finish Pringles and like there's seasoning all over your hand. Having to squeeze it in there, like you have to like sometimes peel the sides open so you can get every bit, you know.
As a kid, I really like those sour cream and onion ones, but like as an adult, when I learned how they're made, it's just like potato pulp, like mashed potatoes that they're compressing into that
pressed potato sweepings. That's what it is.
So wait, Pringles are just potatoes that have been smushed?
It's like emulsified potatoes formed into the shape of a chip.
They're the McDonald's chicken nugget of chips.
That they basically,
it's a chicken nugget. It's a chicken nugget. Is what it is.
100%. That's
by comparison, of course, a Lay's potato chip is a slice of a potato that's very thin that they then fried and salted, and that's almost all natural. You just sliced the potato and fried it and gave it to me. They're over there doing science to make some potato chips in a cylinder. I don't know about that.
Lay's are objectively better than Pringles. I think.
That gives you cancer.
I think you're both not going to heaven with that take.
I think you're insane. I agree with you full-heartedly on the Cape Cod thing. That's
okay.
The truth. Cape Cod's very good. And you're also wrong about Sun Chips. They're not the best, but to put them in a tier like at the absolute bottom.
I'd rather have saltines. Plain saltines. All right,
underrated.
Salted, though. In prison, we had unsalted saltines. It was like,
you're being
must
punished.
you take everything from us? You can't have salted. So what'll happen? Will there be a riot if you throw those 8 little pieces of salt on this little fucking cracker? I remember salting those bitches. Yeah, I did it. I salted a saltine. It was like, how do you even sell them without salt? I didn't know they existed.
When you bought them the first time from the commissary in jail, did they say they were unsalted, or was that a surprise?
They said it on the box.
How many soups did you have to trade for your saltine crackers when you're in D block?
We trade Max. That's packets of mackerel, but you don't get to walk into a store and be like, "Ooh, a little bit of this." You check some boxes on a list, and a fellow inmate fills up a Santa Claus like bag with your shit and throws it at you. So you don't get to be like, oh, not salted, never mind then. You just end up with 4 weeks worth of unsalted crackers that you have to eat.
For Travis and maybe new listeners, Kyle went to prison for 2 months for smoking marijuana.
Yeah. It was federal prison though, so it wasn't a big deal.
So you get 3 for 1 or something. Actually, here is the think of on podcast 658, what was the weirdest thing that Travis said so far, other than he had a possessed backhoe, apparently? I sent a letter to a federal prison today to a famous prisoner that I am friends with.
Epstein's dead, though.
If you could. And maybe Zach could start going Google crazy. He is in Inglewood Correctional Facility in Denver area, Colorado. And I grew up with this person and never knew he had a problem. And he is serving time. And he did not have a bunky roommate named Kyle. So boom. And Jared Fogle is absolutely correct, Zach. My friend,
I was close with Epstein.
You know Jared Fogle? That's so fucking funny. Tell us about Jared.
Yeah. So Jared was a great friend of mine, and people go, "Oh my God, he was this, that, and other, whatever else." Jared and I did. We went to more NASCAR races. I've been to a Super Bowl because I knew him, and people say, "Well, you never know what your friends are into or whatever else." So Jared gave up a addiction and picked up a addiction. So I would always be like, who wants to have sex with your fat ass? Like I was always like, we were just pals. We were just friends. But since I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't have any earrings, cavities, tattoos, body piercings, I was always pretty boring. But I was a club disc jockey, and Jared liked to party. And he would come in and hang out, and he knew, since I didn't drink and anything, that I would just drop him off. He literally lived 6 miles from my house, right? Like, and we were friends
You have a nice
for
house?
years. Oh, he had a gorgeous home. And he had but
Is this mid Subway years? Like he's already.
oh yeah, this is Subway years, and he would call me. I would drop him off at home, and I would just go to bed, and it would be like 7:10 in the morning on a Sunday, and it would like Travis, come pick me up, and I'm like, bro, it's 7:10, and they're like, what are we doing? He goes, I have to say, gentlemen, start your engines at the Subway 400 at the Ontario Auto Club Speedway in California, and it's first class all the way. What time are you going to be here? I'm like, fuck. All right, I'll be there in like 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. And so it was always weird because when Jared and I would travel, he could, like, if he needed coffee, he could never walk up to the like if there was a Hardee's at the airport, I would go get the coffee because someone would take a picture of him. Mm-hmm. I'd be like, oh God, Jared's at Hardee's. And so, but there's a big fat ass picture of Jared wearing a blue Dallas Clark jersey. And we are in the Indianapolis International Airport, and it's a terrible picture of him. And he's kind of turned sideways in like the Bigfoot pose. You know what I mean? Like, mm-hmm. You know? and if whenever you do like the wide shot of it, my dumbass is standing right next to him in that picture. So we fly all the way out to somewhere, and when we land, like his phone just explodes, like, and there's all this stuff that says, you know, Jared's off the bandwagon, he's a fat fuck, you know, whatever else. And I am standing right next to him in that photo right there, and he
not
just
a good angle.
Not a good angle.
Yeah, he just looks like a fat fuck. So, that's that baggage terminal.
Can I say the fact that the part of his body that protrudes the most seems to be the middle of his chest. You know, I mean, that's a good look.
So, needless to say, that is us leaving Indianapolis International. So I don't know where the hell I'm at. I'm definitely not that guy right there. But we were going to California, and his phone explodes because, of course, he has no cell phone service when we're in the air. Mm-hmm. And there's this big thing about how he's a fat fuck and whatever else. So we go do our thing, and then end up at a hotel. You know, he goes in his room and does whatever the hell he was doing. Travis, married and happy, went to bed. And that evening was the evening that Tiger Woods and his wife got into a fight with the golf clubs, and the car went into the ditch, and we were like, thank you, Tiger Woods. We're like,
thank you, Tiger
But so, yeah, I mean, it was, and knowing, and so we kind of, you know, didn't hang out very much anymore when his co-defendant, which is Russ Taylor, and him became friends, and he became like the chairman of his Jared Foundation and all that stuff. And I could kind of see the wheels were falling off. But, you know, if everybody has a friend that has a problem, and everybody that's listening to this or watching this is like, yeah, somebody either drinks too much or smokes too much, or what they watch at home or what they do, you can never control what your friends do. And so I was like, okay, the morning that Jared's house got raided, like, you know, because this is Indianapolis, and Jared he lives right up the street, and he's a local celebrity worth, you know, 15 million at the time. And so, you know, your phone's going, you know, helicopters over somewhere Jared's house. And I'm like, got one eye open, and I'm like going, wow. Right. So I go to the bathroom, comb my teeth, walk back in, turn the TV on. It's probably 10 after 7 a.m. And I'm like going, and my wife rolls over, and she's like going, wow. And I looked at her, and I go, no matter what, I said, they will not be here at this house. And she's like, no matter what, they will not be at this house or whatever else. You're friends with Jared and blah, blah, blah. He's this creep.
Damn, you're getting it at home already? First thing?
Dude, so it's like, two days later, and I'm like, oh shit, right? So my daughter, 18 at the time, now 28, she answers the phone. Answers the door. She goes, Dad, two guys in a Dodge Charger in the driveway. I'm like, oh. So I'm like, all right, put them in the front room, and I, put clothes on, walk out. My wife's going, they aren't going to be here, right? There's not be here, right? So I'm like going, Haley, I'm like, babe, look. So I walk out there, and they literally questioned me for like 15 minutes, and then the last thing they said was because anybody who was in his phone got a knock like that week, like any text, anything, and of course Jared and I would communicate, and we'd whatever. So the last thing they said to me was like, hey, do you think Jared would ever cheat on his wife? And I go, no. I said, I just DJ'd their wedding like 3 years ago. He's got 2 kids. Like, he's always dying to, and at that point they knew I didn't know a thing. And that was it. But like when I was almost let down because of course, some of there's a really terrible documentary right now with some chick that really wants a lot of money that was on like Investigation Discovery recently. And, you can't defend your friend that's has a frickin' problem. But Jared was always one of those people. And and no matter how creepy it is, like the age of consent in New York is, let's say 15. And that is pretty damn disgusting. But the age of consent in Indiana was like 16. But he would set up his little rendezvous using his phone from Indiana, and then he would say, hey, I'll pick you up at the airport because I have to open a Subway or something in New York. But by doing that, that's a federal crime, and that's why he's in federal prison right now. And the chick that kind of set him up was kind of creepy. His co-defendant is a super creep, and he just kind of got mixed up in the wrong crap. So anyhow, I was like, man, I need to be a better friend, even though I don't agree with the things that, some people may be very opinionated that, oh, I heard Jared did this, I heard Jared that, but I was there firsthand and I saw, and I had no idea this shit was going on. So literally when he got arrested and everything else, or well, he didn't actually get arrested. He couldn't go back to his home, and he had a beautiful home, and his parents still living in Indianapolis. And of course they lived on this cul-de-sac. And so I drove over there, and I'm driving into the driveway, and here comes the camera crew, like racing up behind me, like, all right, like we just won the Publishers Clearinghouse, like they're up my ass, like up the driveway. And I knock on the door, and they expect there to be another camera crew in the driveway. And Mrs. Fogel answered. She goes like, oh, it's Travis. And I wander in. Of course, there's a video of me like walking in the house. I'm like, oh God, here we go. That's like the local DJ hanging out with Subway, creepy ass Subway Jared. I'm like, oh, that's all I need. So I put my cell phone on his parents' island, and he threw his phone on the island, and I said, let's go downstairs and tell me what the hell I missed. Like, where did I miss all of this? Because I was friends. There's pictures of us when I had red hair, and I'm like going like, dude, what happened? So I sent him a letter today, just stating that I was going to be in Denver in the next couple months, and I would love to come see him, because he looks, if Zach does some due diligence, and if you remember what Jared looked like, he doesn't look like that anymore. And like before he went to prison, I took him to go get LASIK, because these are reading glasses, but he was always notorious. He'd see him push up Sharknado. He had a bit in Sharknado that they cut out. They had to cut it out right when he got arrested the week that Sharknado happened. But yeah, that's him right there. That's what he looks like now.
Really?
Yeah, on the left.
They're still getting them sandwiches in there.
Well,
Yeah.
And I knew the one on the right with the Indianapolis 28. That is a whoever the running back was back in the day for the Colts, but I knew that Jared on the right. So, but yeah,
so there were never any
nothing.
Yeah, and crazy moments where you're like, this doesn't make sense. Why is he with this super young girl? Like
and nothing. And I was always, since I was such a good friend, it would always just kind of like, well, I should keep that from. And we took him to get LASIK. That's why he doesn't have any glasses on in the picture. But
that's great.
It was always
he knew he was going to prison, so he was like, better get this fixed.
When we did, I took him to go get it. So yeah. It was,
I wonder if he was thinking, in every movie, the first thing they do is take the guy's glasses, and then he can't see to defend
what did he
himself.
do? You told the story like he was with 15-year-olds, and it would have been legal if he wasn't.
So yeah, and well, and then but by making his rendezvous via, state lines, that's federal, and so
he also
even
had some child pornography.
Yeah, and that was the Russell, his co-defendant. So that's very, very creepy. Very, and it was like
so he had child porn, and he met up with 15-year-old girls. That's what he
pretty
did.
much. Yep. And that's so he would always be like hanging out with Russ, and Russ was a creepy bastard. But he was like the person who shouldn't be on drugs, but you got that one friend to be like, hey, let's go do some drugs. They're like, yeah, let's go do some drugs. But he was the very much the enabler. And
I'd so much rather I would so much rather have a friend with a drug problem than a
so
pedophile.
much rather. Dude.
Like if I found out a friend of mine was a pedophile, it'd be like, number one, it'd be like, how did I not see this? How did I not know?
Yeah, that's
like, I'm sure that's the number one thing you think is like, okay, what did I miss? What did I miss? Like that. Did you do that? Like when you found out, you went back through your
completely.
Like, what did I miss? What
did I miss? Why didn't I see this? And that's why, like, I went and met up with him at his parents' house, and I was like, what did I miss here? But yeah, that was co-defendant, and he was super enabler, super creepy.
Are his parents normal people?
Yeah, his mom was, of course, was a school teacher, and his dad was a pediatrician, and just the nicest people on earth.
Did he have any relationships with like ladies, just regular women? Like, did he ever date or have a girlfriend?
Yeah. And so, of course, like I said, he was married when it all went down. And Katie is a super amazing, nice young lady. Has obviously nothing to do with him now, but it was very weird because
that she made out.
At that point, at what cost? So.
There's a number.
I'm sure there is now,
but the mental cost of realizing you were married to someone like that, like that's
right. Well, or the cost of realizing that I had no idea, and I was like, literally, they raided his house on a Monday, and I talked to him on the Saturday, and had no idea, and I was like, oh wow. So when we start talking about Kyle's mean stint in the clink, I was like, my guy, I got you on commissary, put you some money on your books, and I got you hooked up,
I can't relate. I knew Kyle smoked pot the whole time.
Yep.
I was well aware.
Yeah. I can't believe
y'all are technically culpable. You could do time.
That's so funny. What was the most fun you ever had with Jared Fogle? Like
Super Bowl. Going to Super Bowl. Yeah, we went. No, he had I owned one of the Generalees from the Dukes of Hazzard. And Jared was a big Dukes of Hazzard fan growing up, as kids my age were, kids Woody's age were. And we all went to a Benihana, and I drove the damn General Lee to a Benihana, a Chinese or Japanese restaurant. And so we're all sitting there, and everybody's doing sake bomb. And, of course, I don't drink. And I'm like, okay, it looks like everybody's piling in the General Lee on the way home, like whatever. Mm-hmm. And so Jared is heavily cocktailed. And I know John Schneider, Bo Duke, John Schneider, like real well. And so I said, okay, so for your birthday, we're going to drive the General Lee, and I'm going to call Bo Duke, and you can talk to Bo Duke in the General Lee for your 30th birthday or whatever it was. And so we're driving through Indianapolis, and we come down to this like club district in the damn General Lee with the most famous face on earth, which was Jared at the time, and in the most famous car on earth. And Jared's like, pull over here. And I'm like, and he was fun. Like he was, you can roast me to the end of time that I was friends with him, but we never knew he had a problem. So we pulled over. I'm like, why? And we are in the freaking Jimmy John's parking lot, Subway's head competitor. And he's like out the window, like Jimmy John's and all this stuff. He's like, Travis, hit the horn. I'm like, so little like the drivers that night at Jimmy John's walk out and they're like going, dude, Subway Jared is in a General Lee out in our parking lot hitting the horn and flipping us off. And I'm like going, does it get any better than this? Like, this is my life.
It's pretty good.
So, But yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Jared's on his phone texting. No one knows.
Yeah.
No one knows
Like,
what he's really that
hey.
excited about that evening.
It was that girl behind a counter at Jimmy John's.
Yeah.
You
Stop it, this
April. Detention.
So yeah, I
again,
mean, it's
huh?
just
Couldn't see me.
You can watch a lot of, and we ended up on TMZ a lot. You can watch a lot of tabloid stuff, and a lot of it is very kind of fan made and whatever else, and we leave Britney alone kind of stuff and whatever. But it was weird because he was just a normal dude to me. But then when it all went down, everybody's like we followed local disc jockey Travis Bell because he was friends with here he is right here in a picture. What do you got to say? I'm like, dude, keep my name out of this shit.
Yeah.
Because I knew nothing, and it was almost sad that I couldn't help. But he had a horrific co-defendant, and at that point, you can't do anything. He was a very big enabler.
And he's what's his thing now? How long is Jared in prison?
And so doing federal time, like back in the day when Kyle did federal time, if Kyle got 1 year of federal time, Kyle would get 3 for 1. So you get 3 days for 1 day. And that's federal time because federal prisons are pretty loaded up, Kyle, right? Back when you were locked up, they were loaded.
Wasn't that long ago.
Sorry, bro. So if you had 1 month to do, you're going to do 10 days, and that's it, because it's 3 for 1, 3 for 1, 3 for 1. And Jared had made a financial agreement with all of his victims, quote unquote, even though these ladies of the night were already paid, then they got paid again. So none of them came to testify against Mr. Fogel. But the judge knew that that's the game that he played. So he took a plea agreement for 12 and a half years or 15 and a half years. But by that time, remember, if you're doing 3 for 1, you're going to do about 5 and be out. But she sentenced him to 21 years to make sure he did all 15 and a half of his years. Mm-hmm. So he is already kind of up and over the hump, if I remember right. But I haven't been out there in a while to see him. So I'm going to.
So these girls, were they? You called them ladies of the night. Were they prostitutes?
They were paid. They were paid. Yeah, they were all paid.
It looks like what Zach linked is that he got in trouble for, what is it? Child sex tourism. So he was going places for the purpose of having sex with people who were underage.
That's another thing of how do you prove it? But of course he was hanging out. Well, where's Kyle got to go? He's got to let the dogs out? Probably.
He's probably got one of the...
I'm going to take a piss while you talk about your pedophile friend.
But yeah,
I mean, you can't be buddies with him after he gets out or anything.
You can't.
I'm surprised you're talking to him now. Really, I really think I would cut all contact with someone if I find out. Actually, that's not a thing. I 100% know I would.
Yeah, and for me, I was going. We were such good friends. I was like, fuck. And so I have not talked to him or seen him in 7 years now, and I just had a printed out thing on my computer's desktop. It was like, you should send him a letter, and so I did to this morning, which is bizarre. But and everybody's like, oh my God, there is no worse crime than that crime. There is nothing. And you do not come back from that shit. He will never be seen in public again. You will never catch him and me in an airport ever again. Mm-hmm. But think about how on top of the world he was just for eating frickin' Subway sandwiches. So
he was, and then he had to be a pedophile, and then go to jail for it.
Yeah,
thankfully,
but his co-defendant has got 30 some odd years or something. And his co-defendant's wife just went to jail too, so she fought it forever, and she ended up with a ton of years too. So, damn,
that's a whole lot of people spending a lot of time in jail for nefarious activities.
She got 33 years and 4 months. Oh, wow.
And
they were 4 months tickles me,
but they were just the most disgusting, creepy people. But they latched onto Jared and then enabled him, and he had a effing problem anyhow. It wasn't, oh, Jared was this. No, he was a creepy bastard. That is sick as could be. But then they were just feeding him a shit sandwich right there, and he was eating all of it. So
yeah, but he had to eat it. He had. I mean, he was the money man, I would assume, like facilitating
absolutely,
all of this.
absolutely, 100%.
And he wasn't doing it magnanimously. He's doing it because he wanted to have sex with underage children.
Creepy.
Yeah.
So that's why I had to remove myself from him when all of that shit went down, and I was like going, all right, I'll be in Denver. Maybe I'll take a visit. Maybe I won't take a visit. But like I said, if you're right, if you find out some of your friends are up to this shit, you have got to be like, they are dead to me. But, I never knew he had a problem. He was not that person that I knew. So.
Oh, yeah. Like, I don't like, there's no way you can hold someone accountable at all for their friend doing fucked up shit. If they encourage it and excuse it, of course. But, yeah, that's unreal that you were friends with Subway Jared Fogle.
For years.
Jokes aside, like 100% serious. When he gets out, do you think that he could have a career in
done? No,
not in the sandwich business, but
he won't be able to be like a counselor. He won't be able to do. He will have to live in nowhere.
Well, definitely not a counselor.
Yeah, no,
well,
he can't even work in a high school.
He can't even.
Those are his favorite people, and
he can't even get a job at a daycare. Kyle, you don't get it. It's over for him. But he can't be a school nurse. If he had a podcast, if he had a Twitter that was interesting, like a whole social media thing, like I'll say this: OJ is very interesting. I watch OJ's
podcast just called Foot Long.
Yeah,
the full 6 inches with Jared Fogle. Like
6 inches is funnier.
Yeah, that's
yeah. Well, yeah, you used to take footlongs or whatever else. So it's.
I hope not.
I wonder what his prison experience is like, because I know it can be tough for child molesters, but I assume he's in some protective unit with the other ones.
Yeah, they are, and I figured that out too because I was like, I told the CEO of my life, I was like, he's not going to last a week. Like he's going to be dead by the end of this phone call, basically. Yeah. And they, Inglewood has a protective side for chomos and child molesters and whatever else. And of course he's on that side, but he got the complete living shit kicked out of him about 7 years ago. And, probably well-deserved, but that's, what do you do? Like go if he
doesn't look like a fighter.
No, hell no. But I figured that Kyle may have bumped into him during his stint, but I guess not. So
I was down south. I was at the Alabama Federal Correctional Institute or whatever the fuck they call that nonsense.
Talladega,
yes. Talladega. Yeah. It's in Alabama.
Sure.
No chomos there. Mostly tax cheats and ex gang members and shit, stuff like that.
Right. Was it minimum security? Is that what it was?
Yeah, you could call it. It's a camp. So like, yeah.
How long ago was this stint?
Fuck, it's been like 3-4 years ago now, right?
Yeah, like 3 years probably.
Damn, man, you still got street cred with that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was in there with some scary people. Actually,
they called them White Lightning by the end.
There was somebody famous that was in the medium side of where I was
running around the track,
like not down low where
because he came too fast.
Well, there's that.
No, but seriously though, I would watch Jared Fogle's YouTube. I would watch his podcast. If he had, it sounds to me like he was traveling around doing a lot of fun stuff, and he has interesting stories. I like hearing like the stuff you did with him, the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times or whatever. Like those trips sound interesting and fun. I bet he's got cool stories the same way that like OJ does. I don't.
Sure.
I guess it's a fair comparison. I don't mean that he's as bad as OJ. I guess
no. That's a fair comparison. That's a very.
He cut heads off. Those girls are fine.
Yeah,
they're compensated.
But yeah, I mean, it's just.
I wonder how they feel about their experience. Right, because it's voluntary. They were paid. Then they were. It looks like he paid him another $100,000 later.
$100,000 each victim. So, at what point do you be like, "Yes, creepy. No, don't want to have anything to do with these people.
I would watch a
Fuck,
porno with Jared Fogle where he fucked the girl from Wendy's, Wendy, like have some other chick dressed up as her, and have him fuck Wendy. I would watch that. So he could have. He needs tell him that.
Kyle's like, I would watch his podcast, his YouTube, his chatterbait, his porn.
I'm a big. I mean, Travis likes Jared.
I'm a huge
love
fan.
Jared.
It's not. It's not that I liked Jared. We were just friends.
Of course.
But this will come out on the YouTubes, and there will be video of you saying that you would have watched Jared go to Pound Town with the.
Oh
with
yeah,
Wendy's.
we say ridiculous stuff.
Well,
every
all right,
week.
but I want the Wendy's that's on the girlfriend that's on the sign. I don't know if you've ever seen Dave Thomas's real daughter or nephew or niece rather or whatever she was.
Sure.
That kid had not enough chromosomes or too many. I can never tell which, but that's
like
an
your
ugly
dog.
Fucking child. Yeah, I guess if you,
Like
if you
your
want to
dog.
keep throwing Rocky under the bus, okay. who didn't do anything to any little girls, by the way. He's just down there being a nice boy, guarding
I
the
bet he
house.
humps everyone he meets.
He's fixed. Poor guy.
Oh,
He's just got
great,
floof back there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Floof.
Just
But-
floof.
So anyhow, that was when you went down prison lane. I was like, damn, I just sent a letter to a prison today.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people driving in the same car you are, because if he came out with anything on social media, Twitter or whatever else, and I don't know that he would legally be allowed to because of sentencing guidelines. I think there'd be more people waiting outside for him to kill him versus I don't know if he'll ever be able to set foot anywhere. So
Well, I think that he can absolutely it's freedom of speech. They can't say he can't have a Twitter where he talks about the good old days of being Jared. Or
Yeah.
I would self-produce a documentary. I would have a YouTube channel, and I would have a podcast if I were Jared Fogle. And I would tell Jared Fogle stories, and I would keep the sketchy stuff away from the show.
I'm gonna let you know the co-host of that show will not be Travis Bell at all.
I mean, someone's gotta be there for him.
No, I had my friendship. I feel like
you could do a themed race for him in your backyard, like Cops and Robbers, where he's there.
Yeah.
Or he could announce
that would be the OJ race, like the OJ Simpson race.
Yeah,
everybody has Broncos in the backyard.
We did a themed paintball thing that was like Cops versus Blues Brothers one time down in Joliet. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's time for a rewatch on that.
Blues
Brothers.
I never understood the magic.
I love musicals. I love Belushi and Aykroyd. Carrie Fisher there in the background somehow, and I really like all of those guest appearances by like James Brown and Aretha Franklin.
Sure. So the everything that the Blues Brothers did in their Bluesmobile, I did in a Bluesmobile. So I drove through the Dixie Square Mall. I drove through the Six Corners of Cortlandt Avenue. There's a trailer.
I feel
probably
like you're having more than your share of fun. That might be why our lives are as boring as they are.
That sounds awesome.
So somewhere out there on like Facebook video or something, or YouTube or somewhere, if you put like Return to Chicago 2005, there's a trailer of me like driving through the Dixie Square Mall and like driving through everything that the Blues Brothers did. I did it, and we did it with no permission, no permits, and had a bunch of fun. But I mean, we've also jumped to General Lee. We've done all kinds of ridiculous stuff. If you ever say, well, that my childhood dream is this, or my childhood dream is that, a lot of people don't ever fulfill their childhood dreams, and I'm fresh out of them. I have everything that I've ever wanted to see happen, from watch the General Lee fly to drive through the same path that the Blues Brothers drove, or race across the country in the ambulance from the Cannonball Run.
Befriend a sandwich pedophile.
And befriend you can push a foot longer, like pushing a rope, I guess. I don't really know what it is. But so, we've had a lot of fun, but we're trying to figure out, now that, Woody and I are both 50, and he said it right earlier, do you just start living life like a pro right now? And then when you're in your mid-60s, like, remember that time we were on a podcast and started talking about footlongs, whatever. So it's not that life's too short. You're just dead too long. And, the people that died today are still going to be dead tomorrow. So I tell everybody,
Do you think there's something after this? Or is this
no, we are dust. We're done. I was not a cat before this. I was not a bird before this. And I'm just a goofy high school dropout, adopted kid from Indianapolis, and just I had a bunch of weird friends. And, if everybody's like, well, did you know this? Did you do this? Do this? And I'm like, we are still planning weird shit to do because it's true. Life is not too short. You're just completely dead too long. Like Abe Lincoln is still dead. He's like,
I really want to hear about the high school dropout thing. What's up? Did you have bad grades? Motivation?
No, I
drugs.
Shit. No motivation. I was always like, why in the shit am I here? Like, dude, it's sunny outside. Like, what? And I was a skater kid. Loved it. It was my ability in the skateboard. I loved it. But like when you were a skater kid in the 80s and 90s, like the cigarette commercial where the kid's like sneaking cigarettes in his bedroom and whatever else, and the dad comes in and like, where'd you get these? He doesn't have a football helmet there. He's got a effing skateboard on his bed. And so as before Rob Dyrdek, took over the world or unfortunately took over MTV, you were always kind of labeled as the bad kid. And so, I could give a shit about school spirit or whatever else. And I literally, the day I quit high school, I just completely cussed out probably 3 teachers that day. Like I was like, F you, get my transcripts, F you to this. And I wrote like letters to all 3 of them. And in my middle 40s, I was like, I was having a bad day that day, whatever else. And like the dean of students like wrote me a letter back and he goes, I may have not been the best educator that day. And I was like, oh man, don't take like credit for me being a dick that day. Like I was a dick that day, but like he was an asshole that day too. But I mean, he was just there to do his job. And I was that, boisterous, stupid ass kid in the back of the room going, why aren't we all, somebody pull the fire alarm so we can get the hell out of here today. So, but yeah, I mean, it's weird because, this year this is the 4th year of me DJing on the 80s cruise and you become a senior. And so then I graduate and I've never graduated shit in my life. I mean, I've worked every minute from the day I quit high school to this moment. When we get off of here, I will work all night long, but it's just something I enjoy doing. But it's like going, you don't really hear much about kids quitting high school anymore because it's a total gimme. Like I just went to my son's graduation and there was 1,450 kids in his graduating class. And I'm sitting there going, and our last name is Bell. And I'm like going, oh boy, we're going to be here all damn night now. Cause my son was in the 3rd row, but my daughter was born with a wrench in her hand and she's 28 years old and she loved everything that has to do with cars. My son, you have to pay him to go outside because he's playing games all day and all night.
Born with what in her hand? A wrench?
Wrench.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she was a gearhead. And so, but when you go to the complete polar opposites of children and how do you raise these kids because they're completely different. And I'm going to go outside and drive around the go-kart path. I would have to pay my son money to be like, dude, how many laps do I have to do this? And it's very weird with that dynamic. But they were like, my daughter was not a very good student, but she got a total gimme throughout high school. And my son was a good student. So you're like looking at him and not too many people quit anymore because they're like going, well, you showed up today. It's like everybody gets a trophy, It's T-ball and Kyle's team is the champions. Woo!
Yeah, I think a lot of like schools and their districts, like, don't they lose funding and like get in trouble if people get held back? And so they're like, well, we cannot let anyone get held back. Yeah, you don't know how to read, but fuck it, you're in 8th grade now.
And they did that to my daughter when I was because I was the primary parent. I had custody of my daughter, and they're sitting there, and I went through all those little parent-teacher conferences and all this crap. And as you're going there, and you're like going, we need to talk about furthering her education. I'm like, you guys tell her to pass Algebra 1. And she didn't need that, but nor did I. I didn't need that either because school wasn't for everybody. But if you're like looking, I'm going, damn, I got all this school this, or I'm doing this or that and another, always kind of fought the system, but it works for somebody. My sister, 50, I don't know, she's 3 years older than me. She has more education than everybody that I've ever met and still goes to school, but is the most unhappy person I've ever met in my life. And I'm like going, why are you you have all this stuff that you've ever wanted, but mounds of debt or whatever else. And I can't tell, what is what. And so it's not for everybody, but the way they force it down your throat, you're like going, I should go to school and I'm a dick if I don't go to school. And I'm like, if you work your ass off, you may not be a dick that bad, I guess. But
yeah, not at all. If you work your ass off, lots of people are successful without school.
Was it a spontaneous decision to drop out of high school?
That bad day? That morning. Yep. I was like, fuck this.
So you went to school not knowing you were going to drop out, but then the day went wrong and you're like, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. So in Indianapolis, if you got suspended 2 times in a semester, they took your driver's license. And that was part of you had a suspension on your driver's license till the new, and I had a job. And I was about to get suspended for I don't know, doing something stupid, skater punk kid, stupid shit. Who knows what I was doing? And I just went into the dean of students. I go, well, if you suspend me, I'm going to lose my license. So go get my transcripts. And well, we could offer you like 4 or 5 days of in-school suspension or some shit. I'm like, fuck that. Then I got to go sit here for 4 or 5 days and stare at a wall. And I said, no. I said, dude, I'm done. I said, there's nothing you can offer me. And that was that day when Mr. Hoagland at the time, Eric Hoagland, and I got in this argument, and he was the one that I wrote the letter to. And I was like going, dude, go get my shit because I'm out of here. And I was gone. And, I did not walk into school. I quit my junior year. So I did not walk into school knowing that I was going to be like, oh, this is the day that I tell this. And of course, my sister went to Hanover University and I went to jail, or whatever, I didn't, I was just a bad kid. So
I bet those teachers were devastated you weren't going to be around anymore.
Yeah, they were like, and I had big bright red hair. I was a redheaded kid. They're like, oh, now I don't have to hear that loudmouth guy in the back of the classroom going, when the clock strikes 2:00, everybody sneeze. I click. I'm like, Hazzard, like, ha, ha, ha. Look at what we're getting away with in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah. Putting drugs in the teacher's coffee in the coffee lounge.
Yes, and all
which
the 80s
I don't think has ever
happened.
Yeah,
never happened.
No,
never.
I remember a kid from my high school claiming to do that, and it's like there is no way that would have flew so far under the radar that you'd be telling me right now at lunch. Like if Mr. Bradley was tripping the way you're claiming. Right. He would not be teaching that stupid class right now.
I believe during the time was that they replaced a teacher's saline solution with crazy glue, and she glued a contact lens to her eye. Of course, this was all happened like the year before we got to this high school.
Sure.
Yeah, but there was contact solution so similar to crazy glue.
Yeah, the consistency is like, oh, this is just a little thick.
It's happened a few times. People are stupid.
But Woody might attest to this, like the teacher's lounge. Like if you ever, like they crack the door to the teacher's lounge, there'd be like a smoke haze line, like in there, like teachers in there fucking having a heater because they couldn't deal with these freaking kids. But I mean, and that's why I when I was a club disc jockey, there was a teacher that used to come into my club a lot, and I would tell her, I would call her teacher lady. And I would say, like, because I respect you because of what the hell you have to deal with now. And I just have to deal with all these drunks for 6 hours. And you got to deal with my child for, education right now is very underrated. And I cannot believe that a lot of these teachers have to go through the shit they have to. But that's my own opinion. And, from everything from school shootings to kids like me in the back of the classroom making everybody sneeze at 2:00. I don't envy. I would have loved to have been an educator, but I don't envy their job. So
almost every single friend of mine who became a teacher quit and switched to something else that paid more,
sure.
Even if it was harder. Like within a couple of years,
sure,
because there's an idea where they're like, yeah, it's really an easy job. You get your whole summers off. You work until 3. What do you think I'm going to be making lesson plans? It's all Common Core. It's handed to me. I do that. And then it's like, oh, but you're dealing with like shitty, awful kids if you get put in a horrible district. And so
Sure.
you just, what are you going to do? Is it worth it? You're making
underfunded, underfunded, underpaid, and I just, I really enjoy history and the things that have happened. And us talking right now, you'd be like, remember that day Kyle said that he went to jail and then Travis started talking about Subway Jared? You'd be like, woo, let's not do that ever again. But this is happening right now. And I really enjoyed history and things that happened back then. And that's why I would study like television's history and cars and things that happened on shows and movies and how did they get away with that, and what, in Star Wars they did this and all these different props and things that they did. But then I was like going, man, I said I would have been a great history teacher, but then I would have had to deal with all those little bastards in my class all day long. But I had my fun.
Good. Well, we are at 2 hours, so I've got to read the ads real quick. Nice green screen there, filthy.
Thanks.
I was blown away.
It's been an upgrade.
All right. This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoDistro.com. PharoDistro.com. Elevate your experience with Pharaoh Distro's collection of high-potency edibles, a journey meant for the courageous or those with high tolerances. Delight in our exceptionally potent sour belts, available in 3,000 milligram or 5,000 milligram packages. For the truly bold cannabis enthusiast, each belt is genuinely infused. They look like this. Genuinely infused with either 300 milligrams or 500 milligrams. So these are the 300 milligram ones. He messaged me today, Kyle, that we should be getting a box in the mail tomorrow with like even stronger stuff. So yeah, I guess these are the weaker ones now of the strong ones. 300 milligram cluster fucks. You're out of your mind. These edibles are extremely potent and should be consumed responsibly. AKA, these are no joke. Please don't be a dumbass. A small piece is recommended to start. These irresistible edibles combine sour and sweet flavors, creating an exhilarating and unforgettable sensory experience. Crafted with premium Delta 8 oil, each sour belt provides a consistent dosage, promising to elevate your edible experience to unprecedented heights. We recommend these exclusively for seasoned cannabis users. Seasoned cannabis users, folks, if you do not have a high tolerance, please don't do this to yourself. Don't miss out also on the Dab X. The Dab X Go, a cutting-edge electronic dab rig that's stirring up a storm, being touted as the formidable Puffco killer. This revolutionary product comes with a magnetic base plate for secure nail placement and anti-stick design to ensure a mess-free dabbing experience, and a patented design for the cleanest dabbing experience imaginable. Packaged with a durable, spill-proof travel case, the DabX Go promises a superior dabbing experience, only available at PharoDistro.com. We proudly announce that Pharaoh Distro is an exclusive partner of DabX Go. Seeking the perfect dabs for your new DabX? Immerse yourself in a world of premium cannabis with Pharaoh Distro's Delta 8 and HHC is Better brand dabs. Our dedication to quality shines in our exceptional HHC and Delta 8 infused dabs, which offer a unique blend of potency and flavor for a smooth, satisfying high with each use. Combine Pharaoh Delta 8 and HHC is Better brand dabs to unlock a world of superior cannabis enjoyment. To our loyal listeners of the PKA podcast, we expend an incredible offer. Use code PKA20 at checkout and receive 20% off your entire order. Visit PharoDistro.com, linked below, and apply the PKA20 code to get 20% off your entire order. Your whole order, folks. That includes the DabX, and this thing rocks. We encourage responsible consumption. Please note you must be 21 years or older to purchase any of our products. So check them out, PharoDistro.com, PKA20, and as far as being a Puffco killer, a friend of mine has a Puffco, came over for board games a week ago, tried this, said it was objectively better. He likes it more. Better. It's easier to use. It's lighter. He says it's less clunky. And when I told him, he was like, well, how much is this? And I have no idea what a fucking Puffco costs.
Cheaper.
But I was like, it's $200, but with our discount, like 160 or something. He's like, no way. Like I paid like $540 or like 420. Like so something stupid for it.
Like $300 or $400 I paid for that Puffco. They said it was the best of the best. It's it's bad. That thing is way better. It's easier to use. The way that everything magnetically goes together, like a China doll that knows how to fit itself together, means that you can't mess up when you're stoned. You can't burn yourself.
Yeah, you like put a little water in it. You take this thing off, then you take the cap off, put the product in there, hit the button twice, and smoke it. It's fucking awesome. So check it out. Code PKA20, PharoDistro.com. This episode also brought to you by Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. PKA at checkout, $5. I believe you, if it's the same as it was years ago, I think you get 3 pills for free. And per Kyle's recommendation, always do the Tadalafil. He says that is, he's the only one of us who's tried every kind, and I took his word for it, and the Tadalafil works great. So, BlueChew.com, PKA, check out.
Is a great logo or call line.
Stop injecting your penis with silly knockoffs. Get Blue Chew.
Stop being mad that your dick's soft. Get it hard with Blue Chew.
As far as I know, the only alternatives for this are injecting your penis. So.
And that's horrific. That's terrifying. This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm. From the powerful minds of me and Kyle and Derek, then correcting us and putting all the correct things in there. Listen, people, you know that it feels best when you're busting a lot. If we weren't going to make you bust more, we would have made more money per bottle and told you to take 1 pill a day because we'd be lying. We wouldn't have gone through 8 months of talking back to...
It's not.
No, it's not. No, Kyle and I pushed back for 6 months or something that there had to be, like, it had to be that much. Like, no, it has to have this stuff. It has to actually work. Otherwise, it's like if it's going to be a meme product, it has to actually work. So it's 9 pills a day, 5 in the morning, 4 at night. You got to muscle those down. It's efficacious. Same, you put in your hours in the gym, you get jacked. You put in the throat effort and taking 5 pills of these in the morning and 4 at night. You're going to be becoming like a champion, an absolute.
You put in the throat effort and reward her for hers.
Yes, and that's what. Think about this. Your orgasm feels better because more shit's coming out. It means it takes longer, and also she's sitting there. She's going, "My God, I did a hell of a job. Look at how much cum is all over me." So
just the pre-cum is a treat.
It's gonna look like clotted milk.
It's very you're gonna be the pre-cum thing is real. You're gonna be leaking a lot. And so check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz. That's 10% off, folks. Don't limit yourself to our cum pills though. Get yourself some protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements. Everything sold over there at GorillaMind.com. Code PKA or code Jizz. And that's the ads. Back to the show.
You know, flavor match those ever? I feel like if you're going to do supplements and cum kills, you should just get it all at once, right? Get some sort of like...
We've got our boys in the lab working on that right now.
The next level of that.
Boys in the lab is me wearing gardening gloves in my kitchen and a smock. Like that's the boys in the lab.
And nothing else, just butt-ass naked with an apron on.
Naked. I make him wear the gloves. That's less personal that way when he touches me.
Oh, it's good to see that's going strong.
I heard tell that you wanted to discuss aliens or UFOs or the Senate hearings or something like that. Is that
I couldn't think of a better group of people to discuss this with publicly online than you guys.
Yes,
you came right to mind, and Chiz reached out, and it's just perfect timing. Perfect time. Did you guys watch it at all yesterday? The live.
I did not.
I'm aware of it.
Yeah,
I can find you a link. It's all over.
I saw the guy publicly, like under oath, testify.
Yeah.
That what is it? What did he say exactly? That we have alien
Was it
technology?
non-human remains? Is that what it said?
We'll do a summary for the viewers. I'm sure you guys are informed and are just trying to trip me up a little bit, but I'll summarize real quick here. Which is there's a 2-hour Senate committee hearing with 3 witnesses coming in, and this was I think I have the name somewhere. Give me a second. I'll find them up. This is Ryan Graves, David Grush, I don't know how to say his last name, and David Fravor. And David Fravor is the guy who 2004, his group of pilots were up. He was one of them where they had the, the Tic Tac video that they recorded with this, which is basically something, we don't know what the fuck it is, with actual footage from the instruments on their plane, and it's doing some really crazy shit. And this is all these guys are career military guys, all of them in good standing, some of them still there, some not, and they have come out and, David Fraser had that one incident, nothing before, nothing after with this, talked about it a lot of other eyes on it of something the fuck going on. All right, none of this alone is very interesting. All of this is kind of like, what the fuck is going on, right? Who knows? Yeah. But you get a couple of these coming out. You get Ryan Graves is in it for slightly different reasons. This apparently is something that happens a lot with the aviation training and flying of jets. That they have this shit in the sky. They're not quite sure what it is. They keep seeing these. There's not a good way to reporting. There's a bunch of stigma for reporting these. No one wants to be the guy being like, I saw some fucking aliens out there in your flight group kind of deal. Anyways, so he's in there kind of going like, well, you have this huge training problem and safety problem with air stuff that can't get reported because people get laughed out of the room kind of deal for reporting this. And there isn't an agency and isn't a system and kind of place for tracking this shit. We should do something about this. And then we got the final one, which is David Grush, or whatever his name is, who's come out. He's a whistleblower talking about it's like firsthand knowledge of people who have firsthand knowledge of seeing this shit, which gets a bit kind of sketchy for that. And he's only willing to talk some things in open meetings like the one he just had, and the rest of this is classified. So my understanding is basically he's come out to do this, but he's doing this inside of legal bounds. So not like a Snowden situation where he's just spilling all these secrets, but he's trying very hard to protect the confidentiality of the things that are security clears and that he can't talk about, but thinks this needs to be told to the American public. All right, what's the interesting part about this for me is, holy fuck, this is in a Senate committee hearing in public being taken seriously with a bunch of people who aren't saying, hey, there's little aliens, although Grush says he has both seen or have talked to people who have both seen craft and seen bodies, which is fucking wild. Forget that for a minute. I don't even want to.
But he doesn't say he saw it. He says he talked to people.
Yeah. Well, is willing to give names, they've written things, submitted reports of this kind of shit, but no, can't do any of that public kind of deal, right? But
there's that one video though that they apparently showed Congress or some members of that committee, and they're like, you can see people in the craft moving around.
I haven't seen that one way or the other. And I don't know. For me, just the publicity on there's some weird shit up in our airspace. We don't know what it is. We have a lot of eyewitness reports, a lot of sensor data, a lot of stuff that's been tracked from both ships and planes of this. And we're finally starting to talk about it. We finally want to start talking to the public about it. We have senators who are interested in poking at it going, hey, we have what's supposed to be top security clearance for this. And when we ask questions, we get turned away. What the fuck is going on? And we're going to get to the bottom of this and doing this publicly. Suddenly shit gets really interesting to me. So I thought that was just a super cool. Just watching it was just so, if you can't hear it in my voice, I want to believe kind of deal. But
yeah. You want to believe?
Yeah, for sure.
I want to believe as well. I mean, no, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah,
I grew up loving the X-Files and that sort of conspiracy
or it would
at the
be
heart
terrible.
of that show. And I would love it if they would just be, you know what, gigs up. I get on the UFO subreddit, the UFOs subreddit, slightly different. The conspiracy subreddit, and they're like, Biden has met with their leader. They live at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, and they've been there for 5,000 years. They told Truman that if he used a nuke against them, they would wipe us off the planet and take it for their own. And I'm just like, probably all accurate. Okay.
Probably true. Yeah. The only it's weird to think about an alien race that would get here and then get caught on camera.
Dude, he said some weird fucking shit in there because they asked a little bit about that. Apparently, the second guy, the whistleblower guy, has a degree in physics, which I had no idea until I heard this committee thing, and it was talking a little bit about it. But he said some just bullshit stuff from they just set off all my kind of bullshit detectors of extra dimensions and this type of stuff. And I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I wish you hadn't said that because I was happily going along with, this sounds believable. This sounds believable.
You were so excited for the first 40% of it. And you're like, no. Oh, damn. Fuck.
Could you have kept that one for closed doors too?
Can you imagine if he got to the end and he was like, and it turns out that Jesus Christ is their leader. He has come back to us. Actually, I would buy into that. If that would bring us all full circle. We always talk about how we wish that God was real, or
all the other religions would just become Christians.
What if Jesus Christ was an alien, an extraterrestrial, and this last how long ago? 2,000 years, 2020 something years. He has been flying back home. He has been flying back home, telling his people that he's what we did to him, and they've been on the way back to get retribution for what the Romans did to Christ. I don't think that's very accurate. Yeah, that's
no one asked that exact question in the committee, and this is why I thought PKA is where I need to go, because I didn't even think like that's a hard hitting kind of, you know, the exposure we would get from something like that, Kyle, would just be you know,
the only way we could catch aliens on camera is if they wanted to be caught on camera. Because imagine like to show up at a planet where you get to a planet from 1,000,000 billion light years away, like that's like me walking a mile to get to an anthill. Like when I get to that anthill, like they're nothing to me. They're barely sentient to me. I can do whatever I want.
See you? You couldn't.
No, I mean they would have some cool cloaking, some kind of technology, or like they'd be able to look at us from further away than our furthest telescope can look, and they'd totally be looking into your living room.
This metaphor falls apart.
Yeah, this isn't working, Taylor. Like you can't even hide from ants. Like you could drive to an anthill. You could fly to an anthill on the other side of the planet, but when you got there, they'd still be able to see you. You can't turn invisible because you're just way more advanced, not magical.
Okay, that was more a power difference.
Boom!
If you're looking at just damn, not fuck, you got me. No, they would have some dude. The Russians and the Americans have cloaking technology. The aliens would have.
We don't have cloaking technology.
Dude, there was some weird thing in there too.
We have B-2 bombers that like you can't pick up on our ability to, or they probably can now, but for a long time those were $1 billion a piece.
But they're flying. They're not invisible to cameras.
Yeah, that's stealth. That's not like here's my arm and here's.
Do you guys think maybe that the interdimensional race of people might be more advanced than that, and they might be able to just become invisible? The idea that they're gonna show up and we're gonna catch them unless they want to be caught. So if we're seeing them, they want to be seen.
Well, that Tic Tac video, what they said that's David Fravor stuff again, was that their active radar got jammed by it. So that what they were only picking it up was on passives because their active was getting actively jammed, which was fucking interesting to me hearing that. Which is talk about stealth. That's kind of what that is. Actually,
you know what? It might not even. It depends what kind of alien race, right? If it's like the super intelligent kind, they'd have technology and whatnot. But what if it's more of like the fungus kind of alien, where like they're just vicious and like the alien kind of alien, and they're more just here for destruction and doom and
my favorite sci-fi and an alien encounter scenario is that like an alien slave ship shows up, like an alien nation, or in that what's the movie in South Africa that's the apartheid allegory. Like something like that, where they have District 9, where they have no idea how to operate their own technology. They're just like the bred, genetically engineered slave race that works inside the big ship. So and the master race has been all destroyed. So they get here with tech that they don't even understand, and now we just got a fucking immigration problem.
That's your favorite kind of space? It's a financial issue when they show up.
Yeah. Because
they're bringing technology and goods, and they're like, "Oh, I'm thirsty." Like that's how they get out.
But they don't drink water. Because in Alien Nation, salt water was like battery.
No, they drink fucking Ciroc, and they demand it by the gallon. And we have to get tons of it for them.
Have none of you guys gone down this rabbit hole before? The UFO rabbit hole?
Oh, me for sure.
I would have.
Not enough. Yeah,
I always go back to like, it seems like if they had all the technology and ability to get here, then they wouldn't come here. They'd go somewhere else. Maybe it seems maybe they could do that. What I think is, and if there's something going on, if there's actual craft and fucking bodies for reals, then I think it's a race of beings that have been here with us this whole time in the ocean. I keep going back to that because it's what I think would actually make a little sense. Because the idea of getting here across
so much harder, right? Because it's like, you know, if these are drones or something, and these are just like Van Neumann stuff that's out replicating and it's here doing automated shit, maybe you're like, maybe, you know, like that sounds like a much more plausible kind of thing. But like when you hear like bodies and craft that are being piloted, you're like, what the fuck? Like that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Travis, are you an alien believer at all, or are you just kind of happen?
Of course, when you're driving home from clubs for 26 years at 3 a.m, you see some weird ass shit that you cannot explain, and it has nothing to do with, you know, I mean, drunks or weird. I mean, and we drove down some lonely ass roads in the middle of the night, and then of course, and my wife grew up in a smaller town where when it's dark out, it is freaking dark out. I live in Indianapolis, and we still have the glow from the city. But yeah, I mean, there is to say that we're the only folks cruising around here on this rock or whatever would be kind of tough, because there is some unexplainable shit that, of course, now of course, like I said, in front of a damn Senate hearing right now, like who says, okay, all right, I'm going to bring this in front of the Senate. Last time we were in front of a Senate hearing, you had the guy from Roswell with a weather balloon, and then you're like, oh no, that's just a weather balloon. And you're like, and his kids are like, no, this shit was not a weather balloon. So yes, I mean, but my thing is, if you go through all these different administrations that, I grew up with Reaganomics and Carter and all this other stuff, but then you go through the Clinton years, and then of all people, not to dump this shit, you don't think loudmouth ass fucking Donald Trump would have been like, folks, here's the fucking aliens, and it's fucking huge, like his dumb ass and being, and then Biden's smart enough to be like, because he's not saying he's a smart ass, he's an old crazy old timer, but he's smart enough to know to keep his fucking mouth shut. But we just had fucking Trump in there, and his dumb ass had been like, check out this guy, his name is Orko, and like, he would like march him out there. So
all right, to draw a reference to Harry Potter, maybe it's like that, where the prime minister doesn't know that there's magic and such going on unless there's a problem. And it's like, sir, we didn't tell you about the alien race that lives at the bottom of the ocean because we only tell presidents on a need-to-know basis. But they just blew up Hawaii, so you really need to know this. So this is Xenu. And it turns out Scientology is at the heart of it all. And we've got to get Tom Cruise to go up there. And for
we need the guy that's going
to
He can't stop winning, Tom Cruise. Can't stop.
I mean, now he has to save the world. Jason Statham to kick them all in the face.
I'm going to say this. If aliens came and we had to pick a movie star to go save us, I would pick Tom Cruise. I would pick Tom Cruise.
Woody grew up in the same kind of generation that I did. And it's we've had all these different administrations where, crazy Democrats and crazy Republicans, all these. Don't you think that one of them by now would have, old ass Ronald Reagan would be like, well, I'll tell you whatever else, but Orko here thinks that we're going to rule the world. So how do you keep everybody? How do you keep everybody's mouth shut?
There's an absolutely astronomical amount of shit on the side of this is bullshit. There's no way we can believe this, right? And I agree with that. Every one of those points I agree with, right? Someone would have said something. It's impossible to imagine this type of thing can be kept secret for this long, for this many people. It's impossible to imagine that there's this shadow government working behind it kind of shit. Any of this stuff, the idea of bodies and craft.
The only people seeing it have like top secret clearance, or they're people who can really get to keep a secret, like military aviators. It's never some asshole with a cell phone on a paramotor who will run his mouth the second he sees it. It's not that guy.
All of this is, I agree with all of this. And then this is why it's so fantastical that any of this could even remotely be where it is now. But then you hear the other side that's equally interesting to me. And I don't think equal weight, because the weights are so crazy with this, but you hear the things of repeated pilots of all branches out there flying, everyone flying, reporting this shit, talking about this shit. I was watching an interview with, I can't remember which news program it was, but it was another one of, the individuals in Fravors group who flew not exactly with that mission, but another one of those. And she was just like so nonchalant about it. Oh yeah, we used to see these things all the time. Like, it doesn't surprise me. And no one ever followed up on this stuff. We'd debrief and no one would come back. Or it wasn't until years later where I was called in to talk about that and really got into the technical details of this. When you hear this repeated stuff of something's up there, we keep seeing them, we keep catching them on instruments. We've tracked them a variety of different ways now. We see these unbelievable movements. It's something. And I liked the approach of the committee hearing with this was, we don't have to point to aliens necessarily. We don't have to point to whatever. We can say, well, it doesn't matter necessarily what it is, but the capabilities and seeing this and not having a good system for reporting and tracking this and not understanding what they're doing. This can be a foreign opponent. This can be, this can be China perhaps, or the witnesses didn't seem to think it was possible to be human, but we don't have to start there, right? And if it leads to non-human, great. We've laid the groundwork for this being fact and not just a hunt for the fucking Bigfoot again kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's like,
sure,
it's my Neanderthal ancestors.
But Bigfoot's fun too.
Yeah, but man, what the fuck is going on?
But there's still, and going back to your point, there's still a missing Malaysian airliner out there that's everybody's mysteriously, forgotten about or whatever in the last, where's that motherfucker at? Because that's a whole lot of shit still out there. The ocean's big. Well, shit comes to the surface. Like, where's that damn, so if you go down that thing, you're like, okay, are they good? Are they evil? We've already kind of went good and evil already on this today, but we're like going, all right, so where do you stand with like, okay, we can't not explain the shit that's on that video. I can't. You can't. I'm a stupid disc jockey from Indianapolis. Don't go put a mic in my face and go, Travis, what's on that video? Yeah. Fuck if I know. I don't know what's on that video. But I agree that there's some driving home at night. There's some weird shit that you can't explain. Where the hell's the airliner? Where the hell's this? Why hasn't somebody other than top secret people that are like saying, hey, if you say shit, you die kind of thing. So
why did the Bermuda Triangle? I remember when I was a kid, the Bermuda Triangle was a hugely dangerous, big news zone that I heard about regularly.
That or Quicksand was going to get me.
Yeah, every 80s TV show.
Triangle being huge.
Oh, yeah. You were scared to death of that shit. If you were going to, I don't care. If you're going to the Virgin Islands or wherever, don't fucking fly over the Bermuda Triangle.
I have not heard about it in 20 years. Like, I haven't heard about something going down in the Bermuda Triangle.
I think we all got GPS and it fixed that whole problem.
Just go around.
It's like how Seinfeld doesn't work if they all have a cell phone the whole goddamn time. Like, same thing for Bermuda Triangle. You give all those boats, planes, and shit GPS. It's like, it disappeared. No, it went down right fucking here. Drunk captain every time.
Yeah,
it's dangerous on the fucking water. People go down and never come back. I'm terrified of the water. I would rather go to space. I find that less terrifying than deep within the ocean.
I find them parallels. In space, it gets you a little more alone. It's easier to get rescued in the water, but it's the same sort of like, this craft is a life support system that I absolutely need, and it's really under-equipped for the task.
Yeah, you're in a bubble no matter what.
The whole ocean's pushing on it.
I don't know. The deep ocean's pretty fucking spooky too. The shit you see down there, the creatures down there, the different evolution down there is so bizarre.
That's what I think.
For the longest time, we were like misunderstanding when they first started like pulling up all those deep sea fish. Like scientists and people were like, "There's a bunch of hideously ugly fish at the bottom of the sea," and it's like, actually, they're normal looking, actually kind of spooky fish. It's dragging them up through a million atmospheres of pressure for them, just gooifying them into like a fat
blobfish.
Fish or a blobfish. Yeah,
they called it the blobfish. I don't think it looks like that when it's
no. Have you seen a picture of it like in the sea? It doesn't.
They call it the sexy fish now. Yeah. Down below, it's very handsome. See, it's dying a painful. It's dying a painful death right now.
Oh, it's
like oh, well, fair.
Yeah,
it died a painful death there.
Yeah, see, it's never swimming.
Like a courtroom fucking artist drawing what a blobfish would look like in the wild.
Tell
Zach's
me what the
pulling
man
up pictures of my high school girlfriends.
Like.
What the fuck?
My God, it looks like a burn victim that got a new face.
Is that what it looks like? Taylor, you assured me it was attractive underwater.
No, not an attractive. This is a one that's been pulled up.
That's a handsome fish.
It looks more normal fish. It's not a good looking fish. It looks more like it doesn't have this like pussy, like outside
raw chicken look.
Yeah,
something like
this.
Okay,
there's a fish.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a looker.
No, I mean, like
you're gonna take. You can tell the look on his face. Please don't take me up there.
Yeah, that fish only managed to mate because it's in the darkness.
Yeah, well, it's like drawing a fish from memory. The first 3 ones, so like this guy right here, that one we just showed you. Now draw him. You're like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, it has little spikes on it. You can tell that's for something. It's a real fish. You know?
What is the temperature down there?
It's got to be
cold.
Terrible. It's got to be freezing.
Right?
Is it balls?
Yeah.
Is it below freezing? That sounds crazy, but pressure does things to melting or freezing, doesn't it?
And salt. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, and salt. That's true also. Yeah.
I don't. Damn. This is one of those questions that I'm like, I don't know, but I should probably. How fucking cold?
Oh, right, Taylor. I think less of you, quite frankly. If you don't know the temperature at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, kind of fucking person.
39 degrees, he says.
You'd be surprised how useful that is most of the time.
39 degrees or 4 Celsius.
Conversation at the bank.
Yeah. So Taylor, though, going back to all that, where are you at on it then? Are you, of course, there's a lot of unexplainable shit. And I would think for me, fucking Bigfoot would have been caught on a trail cam by now. Like, that's just me. I'm like, I've got trail cams in my way backyard. So if Bigfoot comes cruising by and he shows up on my trail camera, I'm going to be that first dude. Like, look, I caught Bigfoot.
And the guy that did the hoax has come out and said it was him.
Right. Yeah. But when you have pilots flying behind shit that they can't explain, where are you at on it then?
Well, I mean, to Filthy's point, like all of these pilots independently state seeing similar things up there. So like there's something to it. Like they're not all just making this up. Whether or not it's aliens, who know, you need to see a fuck ton more evidence before you can accept like the alien hypothesis. But I think it's, how many years has this been going on? Like there's something, like there's stuff out there we don't know about. Absolutely.
Here's where I am. I can't explain away everything, but I think that by and large, it's well-meaning non-liars who aren't seeing what they think they're seeing. There's been tons of footage of like people with cell phones pointing at lights in the sky saying, what the heck is happening? And then guys explain it like, this lens does that. When you shine a light on something, it has these peripheries, and notice it's moving when the camera, and people could recreate the UFOs that they saw. So I think that explains away 99% of it. This one in particular, I don't know. I can't explain every one of them away. I'm not going to win at whack-a-mole, but I just don't think it's aliens.
I don't, as of right now, no, I don't think it's aliens, but I do think it's probably likely aliens.
What do you
are out
want?
There. No, because if it's aliens, there's no way they came to help. There's no way they came to help. They came to fuck our shit up. Like they're going to take all of our shit. When Netflix gone.
Everyone's heard this before, but like at first I thought they'd have respect for human life because I do. And that's how I just assumed, it projected onto someone else. But then they're like, Woody, do you have respect for termite life? When you see an anthill, do you kick it over just to like fuck with them?
Sometimes.
I've been known to do that. Yeah. When I mow and I just see clouds of dust getting popped up from anthills, I don't feel bad. I don't feel anything. They're nothing to me, which is likely what aliens think about us.
Yeah.
Which is a problem.
And Woody and I grew up on a TV series called V, and it was the lizard people that came, and it was just like going in, and we're like going, okay, so they're going to come here and they're going to rip their face off. There's going to be a lizard underneath there, and they're going to take selfies. That's not V, but that the picture on his phone looks like that fish.
Yeah, I see it.
They're like, look, we found fish at the bottom of the ocean. Here's what they look like.
They're ugly. We're going to kill them all and steal their planet.
So yeah, I mean, I just to Filthy's point today, like it is, someone has approved a congressional hearing of this shit, and now all of the people that always told, whether they were maniacs or not, said we told you so, are now going like, we told you so. And we're
it legitimizes it in a way that I've never seen done before. So it's really interesting to see. I mean, to be fair, the witnesses they picked were fucking fantastic witnesses.
They were great. They were, I caught tail ends of a lot of things. So yeah.
Yeah, just they seem, and who can tell? You can't tell anything from this, but I've seen Fravor on a couple other podcasts, seen him on Rogan, I've seen him on Lex Friedman, this kind of thing, right? Like well-spoken, intelligent guy. You can't tell necessarily if he's lying or not, kind of deal, in the sense of you don't have any way to prove it one way or the other from just listening to him, but seems to come off. He's consistent. He doesn't seem deranged. He doesn't seem like he's missing some fucking marbles and making shit up, doesn't seem to have good motivation for doing it, kind of deal. And you hear that and you see that across 3 different people risking their careers for this, with some of them talking to, Ryan Graves, his thing is aerial safety stuff. So he talks to pilots, commercial and military, all over the country, who have seen these and dealt with this. And it's like, man, you start putting these as data points and you can't explain them all. You're right, Woody. A big chunk of these are going to be bullshit. A huge chunk of them, 99.99% of them could be bullshit, and there's still some consistent something coming out with that. And it's interesting, even if that just turns out to be some really fucking advanced drone stuff, that's still really interesting to me. And it's, I don't know, so it was really cool to watch.
I'm glad you're getting so much joy following along the alien
so cool.
What would it take for you to accept the So like, I know you said, Filthy, like you're not like the alien thing. Definitely not. I don't think so either for now. Like what would it take for you, do you think, to
buy it?
To say like, this is aliens?
Fuck. I mean, it's so hard these days, right? It's so easy to fake imagery. It's so easy to fake video. It's so easy to fake audio, man. You know, it's like, I mean, on one hand of me goes, if this isn't something, if this turns out to be a hoax, A, what a fucking amazing hoax. Whoever did that just killed it, right? And then B, like the legitimacy this adds to it. How are you ever going to separate that shit again? Like on the one hand, this is either the greatest thing ever that this is now seeing like some public light and some public scrutiny and a government agency, or rather public officials attempting to run this down in the favor of the public, or it suggests how fucked we are as a country that our leadership is spending time as the government chasing alien hoaxes, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and giving them this legitimacy in that. And I have no clue from what we've seen, which of those it is. So what would it take, man?
So, right. And so, yeah, what would it take? Or why isn't this in front of Parliament? And why isn't it in front of somewhere else? Why did, the United States Senate or government be like, hey, let's listen to this shit here today? Because, the guys in Parliament was like, get fucked. I'm not.
There's definitely some of that. And the world media coverage is not very kind about their coverage of this so far. It's
is
a
it
lot
like
of
really is most of the world media like being like, these fucking idiots, like they're not aliens, dummy, they're fucking a Chinese drone? Like,
yeah, I think it's like these idiot Americans are chasing this dumb shit again, and look what they're wasting their time on, kind of deal. But
well, it's definitely more likely, I would say, to be a Chinese drone than an alien.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What would it take for proof, though? I don't know. Like, I mean, what can you do to prove any of these things? So
you're right about fake videos and pictures. Like, it's gotten so good. Like, you can look at something for 30 seconds before you're like, oh shit, this is totally not real.
Yeah, and that's like public free stuff, It's like ChatGPT does this kind of deal, right? Or the image models that come out of that are associated with that anyway. So yeah, I don't know exactly what it would take in terms of proof. Take a lot of experts looking at this. Hopefully experts not initially associated with any of these other things. So bring in some university professors doing this who are experts in their fields. Show me some real footage, preferably real-time footage where, you have a fucking news reporter in there with the camera going, like being shown around the base where they have this shit or something. Yeah. That would be really that kind of stuff.
And a couple of nuts too. A couple of nuts in the mix also, because you need some nuts in there, like pushing the boundaries. Because if it's anything like alien movies, the scientists are going to be like, it can't possibly be this kind of mercury-based organism. That's not possible. And then the lunatic will come out and go blah, 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 gibbering at them with like an answer.
Right.
And he'll have his like one spot in the sun, and they'll be like, God damn it, that guy doing a ham radio show from the top of a mountain in the Appalachians, he was right.
Monkeys on typewriters, but conspiracy version, right?
You need those characters to add
that one guy who nailed that branching path of conspiracies, and it turned out to be accurate. We need him explaining it. I agree.
We need that guy.
We need that passion.
We need that guy's passion. He'll keep all the other scientists fired up, because the scientists are going to be like, I'm at work, brother. I don't care that much, but if I don't work really hard, this guy's gonna fuck it up.
So like, and it's like, does Filthy need like man on the wing of a plane kind of thing? Like he's like, holy shit, what's on the wing of the plane kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like, I mean, I have no desire to see any of this shit. I'd much rather just keep on cruising right along where we're at. But if they're out there, shit's about to get real.
I hope they are real. And I for one would accept our new alien overlords. Well, I would welcome them into my life, however intrusive they needed to be.
What if they ate dogs? What if
I'll do anything for an anal probing?
Do they want my free? You said. Their healthcare program is incredible. Weekly colonoscopies. Okay, I'm clean as a whistle.
Colonoscopies for everybody. It's like Oprah giving away cars. It's like, you get a colonoscopy.
I fucking hate these aliens with their goddamn colonoscopy.
Why is your butt plug so spiky?
Man, this is not at all what anyone predicted. They're really into asses.
Why aliens always have to go up your ass would be all just like
that'd be one of the first questions we probably
stick the
ask.
microphone out like,
they should have asked the hearing.
Are you going up my ass, sir?
Yeah.
It's just a rectal thermometer.
That's how you know those people are fibbing or having a hallucination, because you get sucked up into an alien craft, million lasers and sensor devices. You think they're sticking something up your ass? No, they got advanced stuff.
Let me ask you this: you bring a cow into your veterinary clinic. You're not the state of the art clinic. This isn't the Mayo Clinic or anything. This is for farm animals and dogs. You're gonna stick something right up that animal's ass to take its temperature. That's what they're doing.
Not if you have
got
the
really drunk, and when I woke up, my ass was killing me. How else would you explain that?
You know what? That's probably so many of those stories where they're like, I passed out drunk in the woods and my ass is killing me. I cannot mentally handle what is very likely the out. Oh no, there's ectoplasm in my rectum.
I was gonna say, in your first go-to in the woods, Bigfoot. That's not gonna work here. That's gonna make it worse. You can't be like, ass hurts Bigfoot. It's got to be aliens.
Oh yeah, I hope it's really Bigfoot. Stay at home. I'm looking for small dick.
I was raped by an alien.
Raped by an alien. Yeah, that would be terrible.
Dude, I was talking to some of my viewers in this for my stream today, and I have a fair amount of European viewers, and they were not having it. I was trying to I'm like, have you watched this? They're like, sounds like a load of bullshit. And then they're like, look at me stuff, and I'm just like,
they can't
guys,
even watch can't you just watch something that's probably bullshit and enjoy that it's fun for a while? Like,
oh my god, yeah.
Just have a little fun with it.
I want to believe. I like your take on it. I agree. It's probably a government program to make us look the other way, because they've got some like new generation of cool drones that do wild shit, and they're blowing our other pilots who fly normal shit's minds when they see one. That's probably what it is. But I really want it to be that a million years ago there was a global catastrophe and this other race of human beings just went to the oceans because the atmosphere was bad for them, and they've been there the whole time.
They just had a movie about that on Netflix. It was actually good, like 65.
I saw that too.
Well,
that movie was
done.
a C-.
I haven't seen it, but I avoided 65 because I don't care for Adam Driver. He's odd looking and has a weird physique.
God, he's from Indiana. Come on now.
Why does his torso look like that?
He has like the only speaking role in a 90-minute movie.
God damn. That's true. It
is he not a good actor?
And like right out of the gate,
he's a very good
65.
actor.
I'm like going, they are clearly on Earth, and they just flew through an asteroid field. Move on, next.
Asteroid fields aren't nearly as cool as I imagined. Or apparently, it's not like Star Wars. They're like a long ways from each other. It's not very
miles between each asteroid. That's a field of them, because the rest of space is so goddamn empty.
Yeah. Most of space is not worth it.
In the movie 65, the asteroids were unavoidable. The belt was thick.
They are like a trash truck that had lost its load. So, shit is everywhere.
And he crashes to the Earth. I think we know it's the Earth right away. And the asteroid belt he hit is the one that destroys the dinosaurs. So he's right there at like dinosaur peakage, right before the big problem.
He's like,
and his spaceship was destroyed and sort of split in two, but there's an escape pod on top of the mountain. So he and this young lady, she's maybe 8, I don't know.
Sure, it's like 12 or something. Yeah.
Okay, I'm terrible.
And love interest, but
anyway, she doesn't speak English, and their translators down because of technical issues. And the two of them have to race across the countryside through the woods. And there's quicksand and dinosaurs and other assorted problems.
They just did that movie. It's called After Earth with Will Smith and his terrible son. Remember that?
Yeah. It's basically the same movie, I think.
Same fucking shit, except for on that, instead of dinosaurs, they were hauling a monster with them that escaped. And it's also the exact same fucking story as that Carl Urban movie where he crash lands on Viking era Earth with a monster in tow, and he loses his ray gun right away. It falls off a goddamn waterfall, and he has to go talk to the Vikings and be like, look, it's not a bear, okay? This is bigger than anything you've ever seen before. And they're like, I've seen bears. No, you didn't hear me. Not a bear. Show me this big bear you speak of. Sir?
This is Kyle is a really good storyteller. If I were just to judge from those 3 descriptions, I'm watching that third one, I got to say.
The third one. It's called Outlander, I think. It took me a minute to remember.
Outlander? That sounds so fucking stupid.
Kyle tells stories so well. I tell stories of Kyle telling stories. We watched that horrible fucking Star Wars thing called Andor, and when it was over, Jackie and I were like, I would rather just hear Kyle tell me about Andor than have to sit through this whole fucking thing.
That was my experience with Babylon 5. I think I was on this show and Kyle was talking it up and I was listening to him like, I'll go check out some episodes.
It's
fucking awful. Didn't enjoy that at all.
It's shit.
I watched one episode of that.
You heard somebody else. I tried too. I wanted to get into it.
It's like people that like Doctor Who or don't like Doctor Who. And I'm like, going, what the fuck are you guys watching here? And they're like, oh, and me, I'm like going, oh man, I'd much rather watch, I don't know, two dogs fucking than this. And people are like going, I spent my whole life at every Comic-Con dressed up as Dr. 95. And I'm like going,
I like Doctor Who, but tell me more about these dogs.
Well, and then people look at me and go, you owned a General Lee from the Dukes of Hazzard. That's that stupid racist ass show. And I'm like going, we can watch the Cosby Show right now, but we can't watch the Dukes of Hazzard. Like, come on, people. So
that's true. Fair. What he did was worse than a painted car.
Well,
I would say significantly so.
And then everybody's like going, oh, it's got this, Confederate flag, which is, I wouldn't show up at Woody's house with a swastika on a Chevette. Like, I mean, I get it, right? But, but they always like prayed before every meal and like you couldn't talk shit in Uncle Jesse's house and everybody forgets all that stuff. But yet they had that goofy flag on the roof of the damn car.
I get the flag car, but was there anything racist in that show? I don't recall.
The only person that ever shot at the Dukes of Hazzard was the black cop in the neighboring city. Like Roscoe could never even he'd do all the goofy shit. But it was like, you're like, well, this is like a wholesome, fun kind of show. Maybe not quite wholesome, but fun. But they prayed before every meal. But you can't watch the damn Dukes of Hazzard.
And they solved all their problems by jumping a car off a ramp.
And then, Bill Cosby is like, he's like what is he? He's like what was Bill Cosby's?
He's a free man.
He's like a doctor of something. So,
exactly right.
He had a lot of
deliver babies.
He has his degree in potions.
Well, he's not a medical doctor, Will.
Am I
about Dr. Huxtable?
Yeah. What was Dr. Huxtable? He was Dr.
Huxtable. I understand now.
Anyhow.
Yeah.
Dr. Huxtable. Yeah, what kind of doctor was he? I think he was more of a general practitioner.
OBGYN.
OBGYN.
But remember, he was like doing it the patients would come to his house and they would like be in the basement, and as if that shit wasn't creepy enough. Like, what?
Wait, during the Cosby Show, he was an OBGYN operating out of that back room in his house.
Have you ever seen the part of the Cosby Show where he has a special chili with ingredients that make people fuck?
Barbecue sauce.
Is it
barbecue sauce?
When people try my barbecue sauce.
That's it. Right. And they just then they start to loving each other and whatever. And you're like going fucking creepy. Put him up.
What do you drug people with? Was it Quaaludes?
Quaaludes, I believe. Yeah, I think you're right. Right? Quaaludes?
I'm sure he fed ladies all sorts of pillies over the
all
years.
Sorts of sauces.
39 Fahrenheit, Woody.
I remember the way that I tell about these Me Too stories, like right away. The UFO thing, we got lots of reports, but from all sorts of silly sources. When 60 women say you drugged and raped them, there's a few in there that are telling the fucking truth, right? You can't find 60 women to say fucking Cosby drugged and raped them. You couldn't do it. It's a conspiracy.
And now he's
wilder than
we got to do it. We got to do it fairly, Kyle. It could be the Chinese, but something's going on there.
Yeah,
that's what we conclude, right?
We don't know.
That's a lot of eyewitness reports.
We know it's not
Kevin
aliens.
Spacey, on the other hand, found innocent again this week. Once again, acquitted of all charges. Every time he goes to court, they acquit him.
Everybody to testify against him died.
Every time someone testifies, when liars testify, God strikes them down. Okay,
they didn't get to testify.
Psalms 37.
They died.
When liars might testify, God strikes them down.
Saith the Lord, if you speak lies against Kevin Spacey, may you be stricken down.
It's in the Bible, Taylor. I wish you'd studied more carefully.
Song of Solomon.
That's the Lord's curse.
No, dude, the most absurd, everyone remembers that video he made right after everyone was like, he's doing fucked up shit with young men, young boys, and he comes out and makes a 5-minute video with like a makeup person and a set, and he's like, everyone going around saying awful things about me, saying I molested children. Now this ain't entirely true. And it's like, and then he just kept going, slamming his knuckles on the desk. Do you know how sure of your situation you have to be to like behave that way? Like to behave? No, what attorney on earth would be like, Mr. Spacey, we're gonna go and we're gonna need you to make a 7-minute video today. and
As Frank Underwood, who is a murderer himself. I
want you to be vaguely threatening to the people accusing you on YouTube today.
He threw in surreal. Like a veiled threat at one point, like you know, like those who lie never prosper or something like that. They never go. Those lies can go farther than those people ever will. So he like said something, and it was like, oh wait, didn't one of these kids already go missing on you, Kevin? Like one of his accusers straight up like killed themselves, and maybe 2. All I know is I miss that man's acting. I don't care what he did to who. I really don't. I really don't. If it was all true, and he fell on top of a 16-year-old boy at some point after a party, I don't fucking care. I don't care if he ate the kid like Jeffrey Dahmer. I miss the movies.
How far Subway commercials have fallen.
Look, let me tell you about those macadamia cookies they
got. I'm Frank Underwood. Here representing your favorite sandwich shop. Subway.
Well, no, they got like who did I see on a Subway commercial the other day? Like, it's not Peyton Manning. They got somebody else doing a Subway commercial.
Harvey Weinstein.
And I'm like going,
both the Manning brothers.
Yeah, and I'm like going, boo! How much money?
You'll eat this sandwich if you know what's good for you.
It's
Subway sandwiches.
Stupid Peyton Manning was never fat.
You're gonna watch me eat it in the shower if you want your job.
Yeah, Jason.
You want to be in Hunger Games, sweetheart?
Well, and they dropped
eat this sweet onion chicken teriyaki.
Old Peyton Manning dropped Papa John like a hole in the head. Like he dropped him quick. And Peyton won the Super Bowl. I'm gonna have me a beer and Budweiser and Papa John pizza. And he's like, ooh, I better take that back.
Dude, the Papa John. After he got fired, this is years ago now.
This is more Indiana shit. He's from Indiana too.
Yep.
He had that interview where he like cryptically was like, they're like, what happened and this and like what occurred in that meeting? He's like, stay tuned. A reckoning is coming. And he like used the word reckoning and like wait and stay tuned. And
he was so bloated. Remember how bloated he was?
You know why he was bloated? Because
the ingredients.
He was eating. What did he say? You remember that? He's like, I have eaten 60 pizzas in the last 2 months, and the quality of the ingredients has dropped tremendously. And he's like doing it from hospice. Like
he was so shiny and bloated. It looked like they greased him up like a turkey. and the interviewer was like, "Why the delay? Why don't you just set the record straight right now?" Stay tuned. It was just like
he was
nothing
so
ever
weird.
happened.
Like
I'm still tuned.
You're right. It's just like
they baited him into saying the N-word at a board meeting, and we've all been there before, you know. And
he should not have been kicked from his pizza kingdom.
If they kick Papa John out of Papa John's, then they shouldn't be able to call it fucking Papa John's anymore. One of them has to lose the name. Either he's no longer Papa John's or they aren't.
It could be the lawsuit. Yeah. I mean, either way, Papa John's has not been good for a while.
I had it not too long ago. I had some like Cinnanuts or some shit. It was pretty good. That's all right.
All of them are delicious, Taylor. You're incredibly wrong. There's not a fast food pizza place that I wouldn't wish I could eat right now.
Oh, I love pizza.
One slice.
Like there's a stack list where there's like 4 things above.
The one with cheese in the crust, I'll admit, is at the top. I'm not even sure who that is. But
Pizza
Papa John's
originated
has the garlic butter shit that is sinfully delicious.
Yeah.
They have stuffed crust now too.
What?
They finally figured that.
You can dip.
Are you
stuffed
telling me
crust
I
in-
could dip a stuffed crust in fucking garlic butter?
The
I'm not
future is
living my
now.
life correctly.
Who cares about aliens?
The scientists
get
at
on-
Papa John's have been striving. Dude, it's like, imagine if stuff
Right.
was kind of
By
like
the time
nuclear
this is
waste.
over, by the time this is over, one of us could use the Papa John's app and send Woody a pizza. By
I'm
now,
just
he'd be
thinking
like,
it would be
That
amazing to watch
happens
that.
too often. Prepay
"You're
it,
telling
you
me
cheap fucks."
it's a pepperoni with stuffed crust and garlic butter?"
I mean, the garlic butter is the entire illusion that Papa John's is. Any local pizza place is better than Papa John's.
How
If
is
you
that?
get a-
How is that?
Well,
shelf
No, that is
stable butter?
wildly untrue. That is so untrue. Local pizza places in like New York and New Jersey, which consider themselves good, are absolute horseshit. They are
Yeah, they're
greasy.
garbage.
They're terrible. You
garbage.
hold the thing, the cheese can slide off, and definitely teaspoons of grease will drip off. There are people who think it's normal and routine to use napkins to just suck all the evil off of the pizza. And then their technique for making it is so inconsistent and bullshit. There are giant bubbles of like uncooked, who knows what, or overcooked or something. And they're like, no, bubbles give the pizza character. Bubbles are the sign of an amateur chef.
Oh, I like
Holy
the bubbles.
Pizza expert. I mean, look out, Woody. So,
A guy who doesn't
No,
eat
those
carbs
are
are strongly
robots.
opinionated here.
so when the Papa John's pizza shows up and you get the garlic shit butter, do you throw away the pepperoni? Does somebody knock that thing out, the little pepperoni?
I usually eat it.
Little banana.
Yeah,
pepper.
the little.
Oh,
they
that
put
banana
one
pepper.
little pepper in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, I eat that thing like it's a pickle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They need to put more of them in there.
Yeah, they'll give it to you.
But see, look at what we're talking. Look at what we're talking about. We're talking about the nonsense they put in the box with the pizza. That's how bad the pizza is. They know
so
that.
long since I've had this pizza.
Yeah,
I almost want to
not
try it
great.
again now.
I
just to,
bet.
like, judge.
I bet Papa John was 100% right about the ingredients thing. Like that. I bet. Like, if anyone knows, it's like the guy who makes the pizza, because he had the body of someone who didn't just own Papa John's; he lived it.
First Papa John was in, of course, Jeffersonville, Indiana. And then, of course, we've got creepy Subway Jared here. So what else you want to talk about? We've got
I just imagine Papa
Just-
John before that.
What other
Who are
ghouls
the
do-
other heroes from Indiana?
whatever nightmare ass.
Cosby or
Who was,
Kevin Spacey too?
Who is that? Is his name Jimmy Saville? Who
Oh
was,
yeah,
he
the
was,
UK
like,
radio
basically-
guy.
he was like
UK
the
radio guy.
almost a
Jimmy
Mr. Rogersy kind of guy, I guess, in the UK. And
yes.
I think it was after he died. He had already died, and they discovered he was like a rampant pedophile,
Yeah.
like breaking
Right.
records.
You're right.
And-
It would be like finding out that Mr. Rogers touched every child that went on his show. Like he was
I can't.
Jimmy-
There's no evidence you could show me that would make me believe that he was a sweet man.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I'm with you, Taylor.
Yeah, I loved Mr. Rogers as a kid.
Oh wait,
I-
I must have misheard you. I thought you said there's no evidence that could make you think he was a sweet man. That's what I heard. No, you said the
there's
opposite.
no.
Okay.
I think
I
he's
just-
a very sweet man.
I'm creeped out by the whole thing. I don't understand it. I don't
You
understand
never
wanting to
liked
work with
Mr.
children.
Rogers?
Mm-mm.
Taylor, haven't you
Oh.
told us a million times that people who seek out jobs that work with children are pedophiles?
It's pretty much what
No,
the church has found. Right?
pedophiles are likely to seek out jobs where they get unfettered
Yes.
access to kids. It's
Like
not
Mr.
that if you want to
Rogers.
be a teacher or a priest or Mr.
Like
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers was like, I fucking love kids. Wait, I said that backwards. I love fucking kids. And he became Mr. Rogers.
I think that's totally wrong.
But
I think he
but-
had a cool train and a whole city of puppets.
but like Taylor, Kyle, and Filthy will probably have no idea. Woody and I, but like Captain Kangaroo.
No
Yes.
idea who that is.
He raped.
You don't know who Captain Kangaroo is, you uneducated
Fuck no.
filth?
I know who Captain
I know
Kangaroo
of
is,
him.
but it's only because I know like
He's a
movies and
knockoff
TV.
Mr. Rogers. And he was an ugly man.
He was a rapist also.
He was a very ugly
Children
man.
didn't think that, Woody.
I did. No, as a
They,
child.
they thought it was hot.
Can we get a picture of Captain Kangaroo?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
please
bring
don't.
me Captain Kangaroo, then kick me down the road so we before we start figuring out more creepy bastards from Indiana.
All right.
Larry
Come on,
Bird.
Zach.
That's not
Get
much of a
some-
mustache. that
No,
guy
Larry
had, huh?
Bird. Yeah. So, Kangaroo,
Okay.
Captain
Well, while
Kangaroo.
he's looking for that, Travis, where can
Oh, here we
everybody
go.
find? Oh,
There he is.
There's the man himself.
Oh
He
yeah.
looks
Hold on.
just like that guy
he
who was getting the
never-
succulent Chinese
never
meal in
touched
Australia.
Never.
Filthy. Yeah,
a
look
deep
at
cut.
him. He's like, don't mind this rabbit I got on my hand here. I don't know. I don't
Why
know
does
who's
his
in
look
the middle.
taxidermied?
I don't know. Woody, who's the other two right there? Who's the?
I don't
know who
recall.
those-
Yeah, Woody.
I don't either. And then we got the random penguin in the background just chilling on a shelf.
That farmer looks like the kid from Deliverance where the banjo grew up.
This doesn't look like a very good show.
It
was a pretty fucking shitty show, honestly. Like Mr. Rogers blows the fucking seat off of this idiot.
Well, and then Woody and I would have grown up with the banana splits, and all that shit was filmed in Ohio at Kings Island, so that's creepy shit too. So, and they sang some weird-ish Jackson 5 songs, and it was just like, holy crap! What
I don't remember the banana splits. I did
Banana
remember
Splits.
Donna and Marie.
Yeah, Donnie and Marie. Donna and Marie would have been two chicks. Donnie and Marie.
The Osmonds? Is that who it is?
Yeah, the Osmonds.
The Osmonds.
Two attractive people, brother and sister, singing to each other, seemingly in love.
Yeah, it's like It's like the group Air Supply. They never sang to each other; they sang with each other, and we're like, ooh.
Yeah.
Your music references go way over my head. I'm not gonna pick up your music references. They're too much for me.
It's tough to know what's timeless.
Travis has got to head out. Travis, where can everybody find your channel, everything, your license plates?
Yep. So just simply celebritymachines.com and everything that ever had to do with every Hollywood license plate. If you have a friend or a fan that is a friend from Seinfeld to Jurassic Park, unfortunately, we are too. And so we make them all. But then, just Retro DJ or Retro Disc Jockey on Instagram. You'll find me on VinWiki a lot because I have fun friends and not quite as fun as Filthy, but we've only known each other for an hour. So I appreciate you dragging me on. I hope you have me back again. And when we do next time, maybe we'll find some more terribly creepy Indiana stuff we can talk about.
100%. It's a tent pole.
Nice meeting you, Travis.
Nice to meet you, man.
All
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for coming on.
It'll be my pleasure. Have a good one.
See ya. So, Filthy, you are stepping up in the world. Look at this.
Yes, look at that. The appearance of wealth.
Well, hold on. I can maybe just get the hands right in the way. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
It's real. Look at this.
And you got a baby grand in the corner.
Where are you actually?
In a basement in the dark.
In a dark basement.
That's such the life of video games for a living.
I'm in a comics box buried 15 meters below the earth.
Yeah, it's it was 100 today heat warning in Iowa. So with the AC on, and what that means is it's a single zoned house, which means the basement is freezing fucking cold. So I'm in like a sweater and in jeans, and it's it's the life of a streamer. What can you do?
What games are you super into right now? What are you playing?
Baldur's Gate 3 comes out August 3rd, and I'm super, super excited about that.
Have you played the first two? Because Kyle and I have been looking to jump into that series.
No, although it's a totally different company, right? So this is DOS, unless you're talking DOS 1, DOS 2 as prequels to Baldur's Gate from Larian. Are you talking the original Baldur's Gates, or are you talking the company that makes it?
I didn't know that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 is a different company than 3.
Yeah.
Oh. Yep. Is that causing you excitement or worry that it won't be as good?
I'm kind of hit or miss on Larian's previous stuff. DOS has a really big fan following. It's they're kind of very campy humor, and I didn't really like their combat system as much. But Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be doing D&D combat. It's just 5e combat, right, with some homebrew stuff. So it will be very similar in terms of all the systems that I play a million other places. And I'm super excited about the depth of the game. Everything I've seen from it looks really good so far. So they can fuck it up.
12 classes maybe, and then
I just did all my class reviews. 12 classes, 48 total subclasses. It's gonna be fun.
It's turn-based, right?
Yeah, turn-based combat. Yeah,
I like that. That's gonna be such a fun change of pace, and it's gonna make the moves and the techs that you choose and your progression more important.
It's gonna be fun.
Well, we've been playing the opposite of turn-based. We've been playing Diablo IV, which is just mash everything,
hack and slash with magic. Yeah,
that's it. I played through that a little bit. I think I have a character at 80 or something, but I got really bored with that game real quick.
Oh shit! Yeah, you played a little bit. 80.
80's a ton. At season 1 just came out. I took the first character to 83, and I'm on my second character on season 1. I'm 50s, 55 or something.
I didn't even touch the first season. I heard that they basically hadn't made any of the changes that the community have been really asking for after release for season 1, and that if I do touch it again, it'll probably be season 2. How are you finding season 1 yourself?
I like the hearts. I like collecting the hearts. I like grinding for them because some of them do substantially crazy things. Just make your character 3 times stronger than he was before, and it's kind of wild to like do that stuff. So I'm enjoying that right now, doing Nightmare Dungeons, just grinding.
I love the idea of that, right? The aspects are super cool. So like the idea of like you could build any skill combination you wanted to build the character that you wanted, then tweak it with these crazy aspects and stack it all to make these super
crazy
strong
synergies.
Characters. It sounded really, really fun, but in reality, it didn't seem to work out that way. It seemed to be a much more limited number of builds that are actually viable. The classes weren't well balanced amongst themselves, so that like it just felt bad playing some classes. This type of stuff. It just
when I would look at like when I was starting, I'm like, I want to do a necromancer minion build that seems so fun, and like that's what I ended up doing. But like, I had to look through like multiple different YouTube videos for builds where they're like, so the first thing you want to do is don't do this build and do bone spear because the minions aren't viable. And it's like, so the necromancer character that is a necromancer can't use minions. No, that's ridiculous. Like so you're right.
The whole
about
thing
that.
is raising the dead and having like a follower army.
It's a necromancer. He shouldn't be a sorcerer.
Yeah, the necromancer raises the undead to fight for him. Whatever you are, you're like a wannabe. You know, it's like you're the kid who thinks he's got dark magic because like you don't have any minions. You're just running around and you're like,
just throwing spears.
Shit. Yeah,
you're just a better sorcerer at this point.
You're a barbarian, really. You're just a poor man's barbarian, just throwing spears.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I'm still going to keep playing Diablo, and I don't. Maybe it was Kyle who said this, or someone said that they like are prioritizing playtime over player base or something, or maybe who knows, maybe that's public cope to rationalize the fact their player base is dying. But my friends who are normal people who have like, kids, obligations, like they don't have the time to grind shit like this, almost to a T, every one of them was furious about the season 1 thing and was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like I have 3 kids. Like I can't just start a new thing and do this. And like, I just did care. Well, but they want to play with their friends who are on the new server and they can't. And so it feels, and it doesn't feel, it literally is. You spend 100 hours, not that many, but a lot of hours doing this. And then it's, unless you jump in again, you can't play with your buddies.
That I understand. That's just it's like, that's what kind of game this is. That's, Rust is like that. Tarkov is like that. People don't like that Tarkov wipes and they're going to eventually go to a system on Tarkov where you have a forever universe. Where you have your main character, or at least a character who always keeps his stuff and it never wipes. You can go play there, and then you're going to continue to have these seasonal characters. I mean, I like that. I like the get back in there and grind for it again, because the early mid game when you're making these big strides forward is a lot of fun to me. You get late game when you're just grinding and that XP bar just barely moves. It can be a little much. The early days on a new character when every time you play an hour you get tremendously better and learn new talents and stuff. That's a lot of fun. I've never played a D&D sort of the combat system that you're talking about that you say you're so familiar with. I'm not at all. So I'm looking forward to getting into it. I've never done any sort of D&D based anything. But it'll be fun, I guess. Was there a controversy about Baldur's Gate about it being woke or something? Like what was that about?
Someone said there was a bear fucking scene.
I heard that
right?
too. I haven't seen one way or the other.
I don't know if that is woke. It sounds
like a joke. Joe Rogan to me.
Yeah, it seems like a joke.
No idea.
Joe Rogan, you gotta fuck that bear.
Like that. I don't really care, honestly. I probably won't. It's supposed to be an RPG story-driven kind of thing where you're choosing your character's actions. I would just probably not choose that action personally.
I would choose not to fuck the bear.
That's right. When the option comes up, fuck bear or not, I'd be like, not.
Let me ask you know what? On this character, let's fuck the bear.
We come back to it.
It killed me.
Wait a second. You wouldn't fuck the bear?
Well,
I would 100%.
If you get a bonus,
it might even get worse than that. Let's imagine there's a bear fucking scene. There's a character, so you only make one character, and then you kind of add companions to your party later on, and you can respect them and that kind of stuff later. But you have one kind of origin character, like the main character, rather you're playing, not origin, main character you're playing, right? And you make this decision. One of the types of characters that you can play is a dark urge character, which is this character that gets like these psychopathic kind of urges to like kill things kind of deal, right? One of these deals, it's like the drive. So there's going to be voice acted. You're going to have different ways to deal with it, etc. Maybe that character with the bear fucking scene, it gets even worse. I don't know. Like, I don't know how dark they went with this. Maybe it's like,
maybe he bottoms for the bear.
Hopefully not.
I'd be okay with that. Like if you bottom for like if you pop a bear.
What does a bear dick look like? It probably has barbs on it or something.
You ever seen a pig's penis? How it's like a corkscrew.
I haven't.
Yeah, it's like its
When
tail.
it goes in, it fucking.
Wait, no, are you thinking of a duck?
No, that may be true for a duck. I know cats have a barbed penis. The animal kingdom is a horrific place.
It is terrible. It's like, and you look at the animal kingdom, every penis is made to ensure the ability to rape.
Yeah,
like that's that's what the animal kingdom
stand
is.
up to it.
That's how the entire orangutan species is promulgated. Is the females see the male and swing away as fast as they can, and that ensures only the spryest orangutans.
It's an aerodynamic penis. It's retracted. It's probably like dolphins, right? Retractable, so it's like no drags for the water. So I can see that.
Dude, imagine how much of a feature that would be. A retractable dick and balls for when you're doing athletic endeavors.
Oh,
that
y'all
would
don't?
be. You've had this the whole time?
Yeah, mine are all. I've got an innie. Y'all got outies, all of you? Dang,
yeah, that would suck. This is
same old story again. You're stuck in a group full of outies
again. I was looking at this little acorn at the bottom of his torso, in the words of Steve Brule.
I've been Googling bear
only when I'm
penis since
excited.
you brought it up.
Okay.
I think they have bones.
It's with bones?
Yeah, some penis, like whale penises, a lot of sea animals have like actual bones in their dicks, I think.
They said that looking at the fossils of older bears implied long-lasting sex sessions.
Through fossils?
I don't think long-lasting sex sessions have ever been a thing in the wild. Like they're trying to boom, boom.
No, because the longer the penis, the longer the sex session, because if it could be broken off in a quick session that was violent. So you need a small penis. The rapier you are, the smaller the penis. That's evolution.
You know, I'm catching strays here. With the
Yes.
Yeah.
The rapier they are, the smaller the penis.
We should have
I think
asked
orangutans have really little dicks. That checks out.
I hear Jared
Chimpanzees love to rape. They have little dicks.
Jared
Jared
Fogle?
Fogle, little dick, and he
Did Jared Fogle have a little
molested.
dick?
He did.
We're spreading misinformation. Potentially.
No.
Potentially.
What's he gonna do? Call us a liar? Like he's kind of got his hands full these days.
Yeah.
Our previous guest, I'm a very interesting man. Lots of like accolades and accomplishments and such, but randomly came up. Good personal friend with Jared Fogle. Going to see him in prison in a couple of weeks. Like lives a couple miles from him. They went on trips together. Huh. Jared would ask him to go get. Before, during, and after the arrest. Just so we're all clear.
Oh, wait, after?
Yeah, his friend. Before, during, and after. He's going to
I
see
guess
him
now,
They're hanging out.
He kind of cut ties with him. He
went to his house and they put their phone. Did you? All right, maybe I misread or misunderstood. He said he went to Jared's house and they both put their phones on in the kitchen and then they went somewhere else and had a conversation.
Oh, I interpreted that to be with his parents. Did I misread that?
I interpreted that to be he went and had a one-on-one with Jared Fogle about, hey man, how did I not catch on to this? How did I not know that you were, paying 15-year-old girls? That guy's a great friend. I would love to have him in my corner. Yeah.
I think Kyle hit the reality.
I don't know how I got
that guy's a real good friend. That's all. That's what I'll say.
I wouldn't want to hang out with Jared Fogle.
I would love to hang out with Jared Fogle, and
what would you ask him?
If he's a top or bottom.
One question in front of the phone, one question, no phones. What are they going to be?
My first question, I want to know what kind of discount he was getting on those Subway sandwiches. If he walked into one off the street, does he have the card where it's like, give it to me? This is Jared, give him free sandwiches. To just say that?
Oh yeah, 100%. He had that.
I know that he was making like lots of money, like 10, 15 million plus or something over the years. Like Subway took care of him. And but the main thing is why the children, Jared? Why the children?
He was doing so well with the sandwiches, and then he molested those kids, and now he's in jail.
You had that episode of South Park. That was fun. He didn't have anything to do with that. They made it about him, but
didn't have anything to do with that. I guess it was more about him than he being involved.
I guess I never really. No,
they didn't get him as a voice actor because every voice in South Park is the same two guys.
That's where our guest was wrong, though. He does have a future as soon as he's out. I would absolutely watch the Jared Fogle show. I would watch his videos. I would follow his social media. I'd want to know what he was up to. I want to know what happened in there. Being a famous
all the parents in the neighborhood.
Oh, everyone. Well, he'll be registered. They'll let us know what he's up to on a day-to-day basis. It won't be on Twitter though. I'd watch. I'd want to know. I want to know how he survived in there if he does.
What if he's like excellent? What if he gets out? What if he gets out of jail and he's like the best Fortnite player? He's just slaughtering ninja. Like, damn.
He's found another way to
this son of a bitch weaseled his way back in to be around kids. Yeah. He's just doing what he can. Yeah,
well, he found.
I don't think he's going to get another job as a food. Actually, what restaurant would
Jimmy John's
would use Jared Fogle?
Yeah, get him right back in the sandwich business.
Chuck E. Cheese. That's good.
I've been out of the sandwich game for too long.
Jared Fogle. Or Dave and Buster's. Yeah, it could be Dave and Buster's. He could be like, it's not just for kids. Come on down.
Oh.
Come on down and attack me. I'm here.
Jared would be like, come on down Friday nights. And he can't, and at the end of every Friday nights where you get 25% off our super pizza and bring your kids.
Yeah. 25% and 50% off the age of consent.
And bring your kids. He's just very direct about you need to bring your kids to get those discounts. It's the only way it works.
Yeah. I think he's not going to get hired. I think he's
probably not.
Does he think he needs to work again after that? You think like legal fees, et cetera? Like, has he lost this money in some way? If he made that much money, does he need to go back to work?
I bet he still has enough.
I bet his wife took a considerable chunk, and
he
kids
just needed
to
put a decent investment in the S&P 500 and have it compound for the 21 years he was in prison. He'll come out a wealthy man.
Nah, he can do it in 11 years.
He needs to watch my Get Rich Slow in 22 years video. Teach him everything he needs to know.
First steps first, Jimmy. Do you know any young girls? I'm going to set you up with free room and board for the next 2 decades while your money grows. It's like cred maxing, except you become a pedophile. That's part of the Sam Hyde program. Like step one is the cred maxing, and then you move on
cred max. And you ruin your credit forever. Never.
I want to talk to you about 60 Days In, but since we're kind of tangentially talking about prison and shit.
Okay.
New season. COVID ruined the last season. It was unwatchable because.
I don't know the show at all. Can you give me like the 2-second premise of it?
Yeah. So they go to the scariest, least functional jails in the country, and they throw in contestants there. Now they tell the regular inmates, "Hey, we're a documentary, or we're with PBS, or we're with the Better Prisons Bureau, or whatever they say." But they say, "We're here to film. We're going to interview some of you. There's cameras here. Cameraman will move through the pod." They give an excuse, but secretly they have stuck in like half a dozen regular Joes who are being paid, I don't know, like $3,000 a week to go to prison for 60 days. And sometimes it's pretty sketchy. Like they don't fit in well. Sometimes it'll be a nerdy white guy in a room full of black dudes, and they're just not meshing well.
They do it on purpose. Yeah,
they do it on purpose. My favorite story of all time is frequently they will load the deck against themselves first. They send pussies in because they want to see meltdowns. The pussies all quit. Like 6 out of 9 quit. So then they go to the ringers. This is Tyrone. He did 22 years in federal prison for armed robbery. Tyrone's like, yes, I'm going to be staying in jail for the next 2 months. Whatever. Tyrone doesn't care. He's so scary that he goes to their scary jail and loans someone a soup, like a ramen noodle packet. They can't pay him back. Again, he is a contestant. He says he's outside their cell. He can't get to him. The door's locked. He's like, give me your fucking pants then, pussy. Give me your fucking And the dude takes his pants off and feeds them under the door. Tyrone takes those fucking pants, and now they're his pants. He's made the debt right. That guy goes and says he fears for his life in the pod and goes to a safety pod somewhere in fear of their ringer contestant. This season, same thing. COVID's a little bit of an issue. So for the first week, it's hell that you're in there. You're in a pod 23 hours a day with a stranger. Usually, if you're getting thrown in, it's your first week. A lot of these people are coming off drugs. Now, if it's weed, who cares? But most of them are coming off serious drugs. This guy has the most awful diarrhea in the toilet 3 feet away from our contestant. And he goes, sorry, bro, gotta go. and the camera's right there. Like you watching this guy take a shit and he wipes and like looks at it and then smells it and like throws it away. The contestant is wrapped up like a mummy. He's in the corner. He's just up in his head. He's in the fetal position, facing the corner, wrapped up with all the cloth he has. And this man is violently shitting. And you have to take your jumpsuit all the way off. You're like George Costanza. You're naked in there. You have to come completely out of this thing, the wipe. And you're in there for a week with whoever they throw you in there with. Crazy, psychopathic people screaming and coming off drugs. Then finally you get to go to Gin Pop, and it's just a bore. Taylor, we would be the toughest guys there. Okay? I'm not saying we'd be the most likely to intimidate somebody, but if there was an arm wrestling contest, one of us is going to come out on top, and our gay contestant is just being weird, standing out, and they're hyping this other black guy up to be the big bad, and I'm like, this is just a kid who wants to like get on TV. He's jumping around and clapping and stuff and having a good time. It's so shit right now. Everybody quit, and this one guy he does nothing but smile. He's like, yeah, you don't know what it's like till you get in there. And he wants people to go, yeah, man, it's okay. We understand. But he was talking so much shit beforehand. I'm built for this. I'm built different. You don't understand. The streets
one of those every season.
The streets I'm from, the neighborhood I grew up in, the people and just all these things about him that make him the guy who's bred for this, built for this, born for this. And he's right away scared because they're in a pod, like a dormitory, and everybody can just walk around. And if somebody wants to get you, they can just get you. There's no getting around that because we're all just hanging out in a big room together, and there's no guards.
I think it's season 6 of that show. That the first 5 seasons were in not as wild of a prison, and then I think it was season 6 they switched to a much more intense prison, an Atlanta prison that's known for being raucous. And I guess that wasn't a huge part of the like intro sheet of like we're doing it at a different prison, or the people, they don't know, they don't think in their head they're like it's going to be similar to all the other seasons of the show. And it was Atlanta was 3 to 4. Well, then it was whatever 6 was, and these people went in, and usually like on all the other seasons there'd be like almost like a fact finding phase where the people in prison are like, I don't know about this guy. I don't know if I want to talk to him. I almost have a feeling that he's a plant, that he's fake. Like they're almost scoping it out. In this one, people would walk in and like people are gibbering in the corner. They're screaming. Like there's like a guy walks in and someone walks in. He's like, give me a mattress. And it's like, he's just like screaming at him. And it's like, you've been in there for 35 seconds and someone gets kicked, like chooses to leave.
Dude, season 7 is McDonough, Georgia. I used to live like 2 years ago. I was there basically. Like I'm like 3 miles from the place. No, I've been in Atlanta for like half a decade now. At least, right? It's been a while. Anyway, I'm really liking this this season as much. I hate watch it, I'll admit, because I think that they're all pussies because they're scared of nothing. Because the situation is that everybody's just in here. There aren't any violent people. You don't see anybody being like, I just hurt somebody. I want to steal. I want to take and bully. No one has that attitude. And that's the problem that you don't want. Everybody's just chilling in their mattresses. It looks just like a summer camp with a bunch of boys with, I think they might have like a foosball table. Like they're goofing around and partying and having a good time. Mm-hmm. It's not a scary ass jail. The women's side is scary. The women are nasty bitches and they're scary. And some of them are scary. Like they're screaming threats.
Wait, scary that if you're in a woman's prison, you're a god, right? You could beat up 6 of them at a time. You're not concerned.
Well, there are women contestants on the women's side, obviously.
This is hypothetical. This is like you're saying they're scary.
Well,
they're scary.
I wouldn't want to be in a. Yeah, sure, I suppose. But I'm talking about like for the contestants. There's ladies stuck over there with scary women. For them, it's scary because they're in that 24-hour lockdown and they just some crazy bitch and Gen Pop going like, I know when you get out. I'm going to be waiting for you when you get out. You just wait. She's clapping and snapping her fingers and stuff. Lots of cultural cues that I'm not too familiar with. It's scary.
Cultural cues I'm not too familiar with. That's funny. Yeah, that is a show that I would never want to participate in because I really made fun
I kept
of it.
Thinking like should have just fucking I'd have done this season no problem. How much?
You should do it. You got experience. They give you like 50 grand for the 2 months.
60 days. Yeah, it's almost $1,000 a day.
So pretty solid.
Would you do it for that money, Kyle?
I think see, here's the problem. You don't know where you're going. If I knew that you were going to where they are right now, yeah, I'd do that because it looks super duper easy. It really looks like a lighter version than what I already did. It looks like, and plus you get to have the fun of being on the TV show and playing that silly game. Like that would keep you entertained. And knowing that you have a whole safety net around you and none of it's real, you wouldn't be all like, I'm gonna have some fun here. I don't know. I think I'm gonna try to trick some of these guys into some extra charges or something. Who knows?
Right? I want to say, yeah, I'd do it. $1,000 a day. That'd be fun. Like I could do this and no problem. I just keep my nose.
You quit
clean.
anytime too.
Part? But I feel like that's a little me like Billy badassing. You know, if I was there, I'd have taken out that bully and taught him a lesson. And then you're actually in that situation and you don't. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But I like to think that I would do this and I would be fine.
You're a strong person, like all around, and like physical discomfort and mental stuff wouldn't like it would get to you, but you wouldn't break. Like these people break so fast. Like I went through all that nonsense through the legal system from beginning to end. I never cried in front of those people. I never I never cried in a fucking police car. No way I would cry in jail or prison. You don't cry in any of those places. And you see these guys fucking tearing up and shit and like getting scared, and these are just people like you. Like they're not animals. It really isn't like that mental asylum sort of image you have from TV or movies where someone's gibbering and there's weapons and drugs and like a whole system going on. Just seemed like people hanging out in jail. It really reminded me of summer camp that I never went to.
I think I'd want to give it my.
You ever go to a summer camp?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that like?
I went to computer camp. And I learned to like program during the day, but it was a larger facility where other people did normal summer camp where they learned like knots and shit. I also did Boy Scout camps, but the one I'm thinking of in computer camp, we were kind of mocked by the cooler camps. Like if people found out you were there for computer camp, then you were looked down upon. I certainly didn't get any girls at computer camp, but like they had different wristbands that let you do different things. Like, cause there was a swimming proficiency test at the start of it. And, like no one else in computer camp was allowed to like roam the whole fucking lake except me. And it was just, no one from computer camp could like get deeper than their knees. and they're like, you're from computer camp? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you've always been like, you were the only guy in IT that owned a mouth guard, you know?
Yeah, right.
What was the age of that roughly, Woody?
Say that again.
How old were you roughly when you did that?
Called me 10.
10. Okay.
The closest thing I ever did to a summer camp was so many events in my life happened because like we were around some people and a random conversation happened and I just went with it. Someone was like, "Hey, would you like to do that, Kyle?" And I was like, "Sign me up." Just I'm at that fucking Christian camp and the Super Wow event. Oh my God, how did I end up there? I thought about the other day, the steps that happened. I think my dad was visiting his friend and his son was going. And someone probably said like in the movies, and the kid just rolls their eyes, but Kyle, you should go to that camp at Jekyll Island. Wouldn't you like to go? And I was probably like, sure. Just not thinking. And there I was.
How long was it?
Super Wow. Oh, just a week. But
okay.
The bus ride there from Northeast Georgia to Jekyll Island, I remember that being awful. Like that, it was so slow. It wasn't a bus, it was a van, just so we're clear. With those bench seats in the back. And I just got there and there was nothing to do. I had been promised water parks and fucking water gun fights, and that was so hyped up in my head. They were like, yeah, we have a big water gun fight. That's the only reason I went. I remember now, I was like,
how was the fight?
They got mad at me because I put warm water in my gun. And he was wearing an expensive Lacoste shirt. And hot water got on his fancy shirt, and they all yelled at me. An adult. I sprayed an adult with I put warm water in my water gun, and they got mad, and the water gun fight was ruined.
That's terrible. But I don't understand why warm water is so. But
I didn't understand either. Of course, I was only 12.
I did a couple Christian camps, but they were only a weekend, like a Friday to Sunday kind of thing. And it was just straight up Christian indoctrination. And they tricked us because I was a stupid child, like into behaving like, hey, I know you want to stay up at night and sneak over to the girls' cabin. Not tonight. That's really a tomorrow night activity. And I'm like, all right, fine. I get it. Yeah, tomorrow night, trust me, we'll be out cold. They were not. And I didn't ever kiss any girls.
We didn't do any of that. We went to church every day. We went to, and by the way, church was, man, I'm bad at judging crowd sizes, but a mega, you've seen mega churches, one of those slap full. It felt like there were 5,000 of us in there singing minimum.
Oh, wow.
And, but we did have fun. We went to the water park and had an awkward time there. And then we had, the water gun fight that I ruined. I spent like 80% of my week's money on a water gun. I got like the fanciest water gun money could buy, and that really ruined the trip for me.
That song "Lean on Me" I was doing a comeback. Like I think somebody remade it and it got popular, and the priest loved it, so he did his own "Lean on Me" lyrics, but he like ad-libbed it and made it about Jesus. It's like, you fucking suck. Like,
dude, are you talking about remaking good songs into Jesus
about
songs?
Summer camps, and I got into my like St. Peter's Youth weekend getaways things.
Yeah, they went to summer camps.
I went to a couple summer camps, but not regularly. I went to one sports camp when I was 18 or so, 17, and it was over the summer, and it was like just a couple weeks, I think, and it was like you could pick a sport and do it there. And this entire camp has since been shut down for like I think a lot of violations and problems.
Pedophilia.
Could be. It was the Fogel camp of Central Missouri, and I remember like taking a big bite of a sandwich one day. It was supposed to be a chicken sandwich, and it was cold raw on the inside, and there was no more food to go get, and so I just like didn't eat there. And like you could pick. I didn't know the camp at all. Like before we had to pick like a sport to do, and obviously I picked hockey. And no shit, like we would have to go from the camp every day, like 50 minutes away, close to where I lived, to go to a hockey rink to play, and then to go back to this shit tier camp. And it was awful. I hated camp.
Did you play goalie at that camp?
Yes. Yeah. And then it had that, and also like, it's really annoying as a goalie sometimes because they'll be like, all right, just skates, sticks, gloves, and helmet for all the people but Taylor, because you still have to get dressed entirely. And it's like, well, okay, so I'm going to be the sweatiest, the stinkiest, the only one actually working. And that's the actual truth of fucking hockey camps where nobody's really like worrying about getting better, is the goalie's the only one working. Everyone else there was just practicing dangles and taking way too long to shoot. And then the other guy'd be coming up like right behind him. You know, Woody knows you don't wait until you don't do breakaways on a drill when you're supposed to be shooting from the top of the fucking circle.
Which sucks because I don't play organized hockey. When do I practice my breakaways? I want to practice. Look, I don't need practice taking slap shots from the blue line. I could do that. And I'm not getting any better. What I'd like to do is dangle the goalie. And the goalies are always like, nah, I choose not to participate. You can score, but it doesn't count because I didn't try.
It doesn't count. I would do that sometimes, like if someone just was pissing me off. But to like help you, Kyle, in a baseball comparison, like imagine you were practicing being catcher. And I was pitching to you, and then Woody would pitch, and then Filthy would pitch. And imagine we're all good pitchers. And you're going, all right, every 5 seconds, throw me a pitch. And I go, I'm going to wait till the 4.98 second to throw mine. And then Woody's going to throw on the start of his, because Woody's going to go by the rules and throw to give himself enough time, or you enough time to get ready for the third guy for Filthy. But I ruin it by taking all my time up. So now you've got two balls right next to each other coming towards you, and you can't actually practice.
It's no good.
No, it's not.
Don't you just ignore one of the shooters? Ignore a skater. It ruins it for him. Trust me, it's awful. You're
yeah,
just like
I would usually just ignore the worst player. Because I mean, I'm trying to get practice too. I want to stop the better shots, ideally. Man, I'm so glad I don't have to do that ever again.
Woody, I got a UFC thing. Tony Ferguson is fighting Bobby Green this Saturday. Tony Ferguson
dug up both of them.
Yes, Tony Ferguson, for the uninitiated, once an interim belt holder, many times lined up to fight for the championship at 155 pounds. For a long time, considered to be one of the top 2, if not top 3 greatest 155ers alive. Is on like a 4-fight skid, maybe getting smashed every time, bloody, beaten, battered, stopped, and he's back again. That was a fantastic knockout where he took off into space like a cartoon character. Michael Chandler giving him the what for?
It doesn't even look real.
Justin Gaethje beat him much worse than that. If I had to pick my druthers, I'd take that beating over the Justin Gaethje beating because Gaethje hit him in the face as hard as he could for like 15, 20 minutes.
Who's the guy kicking right now?
Michael Chandler. He's fighting this week. Justin, our boy Meltface is, and he was telling the story in the press conference. He's like, I've been doing this different training. I've been up at Big Bear. I've been in the forests. We were out the other day. We're camping. People know about me. I'm a tracker. It was a bear. They've been stalking us. And I thought, you know what? Let's turn the tables. There I am tracking the bear. I'm not a hunter. I don't like to kill. Just like track. And they're like, Tony, when you're tracking this bear, you got like a weapon or something? And Tony reaches down and pulls out a karambit out of his shoe, which, if you don't know, is that knife that looks like a velociraptor claw. Yeah. And he throws it on the table and goes, "Shades and blades, baby. That's how I roll."
That's a karambit, yeah.
He's got one. It's just like that. He pulls that.
I don't want to hunt a bear with that, though.
Remember, we all got one of these.
I wouldn't want Tony Ferguson to attack me with that. That's all I'm saying.
I believe you give me a karambit, I could anger a bear.
No one has ever survived a Tony Ferguson attack with a karambit. People survive bears all the fucking time.
I'd rather get stabbed by a regular knife. That one's worse
Me too.
somehow.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that one, it's going to be like, and
tearing.
it's going to go right through your stomach, and then you're going to look down, and all your guts are going to come
Disemboweled.
out. Yeah. Which has got to be such a terrible way to go.
Yeah. I saw a guy get disemboweled the other day.
You shouldn't watch those videos, man.
I mean, you don't know what's going to happen until you watch the bomb fall,
Dude,
So
if I see a video from you where there's a bunch of people in military garb in the still in our WhatsApp, I do not click it because I know.
Bro, you should have clicked that one. Let me tell you what he's referring to. It's like 6 guys wearing army helmets in the back of a vehicle. You click play on that motherfucker and you realize they're hauling ass through a Russian field. And it's not full of Ukrainians. It's full of American and Australians. And the Australian is getting them piped. He's like, "Let's get in there, boys. Let's kill those fucking cunts." And the music goes doom da dum 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 da dum dum, which is like hardcore Seinfeld for some reason now. And they all jump out and start killing Russians.
What's the deal with Vladimir Putin then? He can't just stay in Russia. Where is all this money going? There's no way it's all getting to the war front. It's being laundered, people. That's a good Seinfeld.
The gold standard, Jared. The gold standard. Money's not real.
It's not real. Jerry, none of that money's even getting there.
I don't send you the gory ones, but I did click one the other day, and the Russian ate the first one in the dick, and I'm sure it blew his dick off. And then the second one, he ate right to like the middle of his stomach, chest area, and it blew all of his guts out. And he was very much still alive. It was rough.
I don't want to see that.
I've seen some rough deaths. I thought grenade.
Where are you finding these, and why are you watching them? Like, what
combat footage? Ukraine video report. Ukraine 2022.
I am addicted to following the Ukrainian war. I watch Russian and Ukrainian propaganda channels and try to like find a balance of that. Yeah. And along with that, you see a bunch of like engagements and like what it's like to take a trench, what it's like to own a tree line, to lose a tree line, to take rubble, destroyed cities, etc. And I didn't know what grenades were. In movies, they're noteworthy explosives. It turns out they're just shrapnel delivery devices. That's what grenades are really about. There's some explosion if you're literally laying on it, but mostly it's kind of like a shotgun that goes in every direction at once, I think.
Yep.
And much like, I guess now knowing that it's a shrapnel delivery device, it just wrecks your arm, wrecks your chest. It does not insta-kill like an explosion does. You just have 17 bad wounds now, and I think
out.
Oftentimes you bleed out. Oftentimes maybe your lungs don't breathe anymore. But I'm watching a 90-second video and I can't tell that yet. I just know you're suffering, and I've seen shit. I'm an internet veteran. You know, I've watched gory shit for 25 years now, more than that. And the Ukrainian war has like hardened me.
I'll occasionally click one, and when I see what's about to happen, I'll yell like I just stubbed my toe or something, and turn the phone away and flick it away from, not throw it, but like cast it away from my gaze and look away. I was like, ah!
Remember that footage that like emotionally wounded all of us? I think it's in Russia, and someone's getting murdered, and it happens slowly. And like first they stab him with the screwdriver like in the belly, and it's like, oh no, this is terrible, but it's not permanent yet. And it's like a 20-minute video, and it's like they stab him in the chest, and they take out an eye, and then eventually I think they're hammering his skull, and it's like, there's no coming back from this. Now just end it. You know, like he should have died 5 minutes ago, but this is just a slow, terrible, torturous death. I feel like I see the Ukrainian equivalent of that. What am I saying? Russo-Ukrainian war equivalent of that almost daily. Almost daily, I see people die in ways that horrific.
Yeah, awful, painful.
Not good to be watching that all the time.
Well, you know, you need to be ready for it because it's coming, Taylor. I'm going to tell you, when the aquatics,
weightlifting,
when Congress finally gets, you're going to find out why the presidents haven't been coming forward every time they hear about the aliens and telling us all about it. Because when the aquatics rise, you're going to fight a war way worse than that. Way worse than that. Those blue whales can walk. Those whales can walk.
You're fucked. Okay? I'm ready. I've been training since I was a young man.
If blue whales were some
sort of wrong thing, Woody, you've been trained to watch Taylor get horribly murdered by the aliens and not be bothered by it. You'll be like, oh, it wasn't so bad. I'm ready for that.
I'm hard.
No, you'd find a video of me being murdered by an alien and you'd send it to the chat. Like,
I'm ready for it.
My phone, by walking together.
I'd be dead, just probed to bits, and my phone is buzzing on the forest floor because
the double crying emoji, like double crying emoji. Taylor dead. DED.
Taylor dead.
Taylor, if that happens to you, I promise I'll tweet it.
Okay.
I'll be hard
Everyone tweet it.
Yeah, you can't have any weak nerve nor fear when when you face off against the aquatics, because you know they don't have the same central nervous system as us. They don't have any pity.
Dominate, dude. They would come into our domain. It's like thinking that we could go beat them in the sea. No way.
Your domain, huh? It's interesting. Our domain has been changing rapidly over the last 100 years. It seems it's almost like they've been changing it until they were ready to come forth again.
They needed it warmer. They wanted it to be 101 degrees at 10 p.m. in Missouri for some reason.
You know what?
It's so hot.
You know what makes them the steroids for them are fucking microplastics, and they've been in the ocean just slowly gathering strength.
Yeah. You know what? Really,
crude oil and microplastics are their fuels. They're just down there, just like Arnold and pumping iron, just doing all sorts of poses at each other down there.
They were just eating krill until they got all that free energy in the Gulf. And then they utilized it. They brought it down, figured out. Or I mean, oil comes from the bottom of the sea too. They would have oil, right?
Yeah, I gave you a couple movie recommendations. What did you actually end up watching?
I watched The Reanimator, the first one, the horror movie that is absurd.
Yeah,
it's absurd. Kyle was like, "Look up this one for a goofy horror," and so I looked it up, and it's basically this silly nonsense about some mostly bad actors trying to discern how long a brain can live when oxygen starved. And there's like a very minor part of the film to establish conflict between the new young scientist and the old traditional scientist on this. And the old scientist is like, the brain can live 6 to 12 minutes without oxygen. And the young guy walks in, he's like, that'd be interesting if any of it were true. And very much that's all they needed to show for that. These guys have 4 or 5 debates about 6 to 12 minutes, the number throughout the movie, where I'm like, who who wrote this? Like again, we're talking about 6 to 12 minutes as like
It's
this
important.
really deciding factor. I know, but it's funny that they had the same conversation over and over. And
they
you
have this
texted me, you're like,
injection.
you'll see if they have nudity in it. And I'm like, I see some tits. I don't think that's what you mean. You're like, oh, well, tell me if they have the head rape scene. And they do. There's a disembodied
Hang on, let's see if
head.
either of them
God
can
for that.
guess. Neither he told you head rape, but you have no idea what he's even talking about. Guess what happens during the head rape?
You grab the lady who has 2 ponytails and you fuck her skull.
Not even close.
This is a test subject for the oxygen trials here, and someone rapes like a disembodied head that's trying to be held without oxygen. That's
You're
my guess.
close, but
Close.
you got the script flipped, my friend. So you got this guy's head gets cut off, but he's been injected with a reanimator serum. So his body comes over and picks the head up and starts walking around with it. And the head's still, they're 2 different individuals now, essentially. The body is sort of its own guy. And they have the hottie of the movie tied to this bed, naked, and like full frontal bush and everything. And the head is taking the body is taking his head in his hands and making it like lick her titties and go down on her and stuff. And she's no, and it's ridiculous. And just as it's about to eat her pussy, the hero shows up. He puts a stop to all that. It's good
Well, he
stuff.
didn't get there in time because there's like 2 minutes of that head thing in the head thing was funny because he was like the disembodied head was like talking to the woman like as he's like molesting her, and he's like, I've always admired your beauty, and it's like and he's just rubbing a dead head on her titties.
If the disembodied head had ponytails, I would have been closer.
Yeah, it's his friend's daughter. So there's a whole age gap thing and like a creepy uncle thing. The girl from that is in that other movie I recommended to you. She gets pretty naked in that one too. That one is way crazier. It's got Jeffrey Combs in it. What's it called? The not the house, the other one. It's the first one I recommended where it's got Jeffrey Combs in it. It's the one where that gross protrusion comes out of the center of their heads.
Oh, I need to watch that one.
Anyway, the chick gets in a whole dominatrix outfit in that one. She's very attractive, that lady. I don't know her name. I'll find the name of it. Yeah, no, that's a great movie. The House is another one. The House is very funny and scary at the same time. He's like a Vietnam vet moving into a haunted house, and he has both like Vietnam scary flashbacks juxtaposed with sort of silly hijinks in the house. It's wild.
I like those ridiculous horror movies. They keep you entertained because there's a good mix of gore that's silly, so it's not like bad gore to deal with, and writing that's bad, and it's writing that's bad, but it's trying to be good, which is the kind of writing you want.
It's called From Beyond. That's the fucking the one you want. And look at there's Barbara Compton fucking nude too. Yeah, she gets naked a lot in that movie. That's good stuff. And if you want to see more of Barbara Compton, you'll watch that movie I just linked there that I've already forgotten the name of, From Beyond. Also a very good movie. That one's weird. They create this like weird interdimensional like monster making machine in the basement or some shit, and there's all sorts of body horror and sex and kink.
Oh, I've seen that one. That's From Beyond. I just forgot the name. That's a good one.
Okay. House is good though. I would definitely recommend House, just not its sequel.
It's a horror kick you guys are on.
I'm watching this film, so Zach linked it. Here's a woman. There's a disembodied head, like they said, and a guy holding it. She's not as bound up as Kyle made her out to be. Like her hands are free, just at her side willingly saying, no. It's
she wanted it.
She's on a special serum that only lets your tits move.
So when he put the head on her boob, she was like fighting back a little. When he goes down on her, all of a sudden it's like, no. It's a totally different vibe.
They put a little humor in there. They put a little silliness.
Yeah. I think he asked for cheesy horror or silly horror or funny horror or something like that.
And, there's a good one.
Those three are like top tier for that. I like Jeffrey Combs anyway. He played a bunch of aliens in Star Trek. He was Wei Yun in Deep Space Nine and some others.
Do you like cheesy horror, Filthy? Or not really your genre?
It's not generally what I go for, but occasionally a well done one can be fun. Sometimes tough. You like if it's too cheesy and campy, I can't get into it enough to enjoy it. But like if it's You know, if it's not funny enough, it's also not good. So it's like there's a fine line for towing
That's
that
very
ship.
true. And it's like it can, if it is a horror comedy that like they're writing it to try and be funny overtly, it's usually not good. That Reanimator one was good. Like they had a fun little ridiculous balance, but I don't like when they try to do bad writing. It's good when like there's this movie called Shrooms. There's this horror movie from like 2006. It's fucking awful. But it's good because they were really trying to make a really scary movie, and it just fails every single step of the way. It's just sucks. And I remember watching it and being like, I'm really enjoying this. This is fun.
That's the sweet spot. Exactly what you just described. It's no good if they're trying for it. I agree.
They have to fail. They have to fail at making a good movie in a funny way.
Yeah.
But if they they'll never succeed in making a funny movie in a good way because they can't.
That's what
the whole point.
Does, right?
Sure.
Do you guys know The Room?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a vanity project.
Like, oh, hi, Mark. Like, what does he say? The parts in
I did not hit her.
How's
Mark,
your sex life, Mark?
This is crazy, Mark. Why are you coming at me for this? Like, and he like has there's terrible cadence. He dubbed his own movie, and so there are times where he's talking over himself.
Yeah,
like he's talking over himself. Like,
have you seen Trolls 2? Trolls 2 is the worst.
I haven't seen Trolls 1. I don't know.
I can't watch The Room because it's so slow.
Can I follow Trolls 2 if I haven't seen Trolls 1 first?
No,
it's completely different. It's completely different. Yeah, they give up on the whole. Trolls 2 doesn't even have trolls in it. That's how bad it is.
Okay.
Yeah, if I remember, it's some sort of like green food additive or something weird. It's some sort of poison. You got to watch it. There's a scene where the kid pisses on dinner because it freezes time or something. I can't remember. There's a lot of crazy shit in that. No, he pisses on the food so they won't eat it because it's poison. Trolls.
You ever seen Leprechauns from the Hood?
I have seen Leprechauns from the Hood.
Of course you have.
Yeah. Have you seen Samurai Cop? I watched Samurai Cop on LSD and laughed my fucking ass off. That's one where they're trying real hard to make a good movie. And the actor is trying to deliver his lines well. But they fall out of his mouth like a fucking body being dumped out the back of a hearse. Just awkward and messy. Just nothing makes sense what he's saying. You listen to me, you sons of bitches. This is America. And we don't want you drug dealing murderers here, fucker. and it'll hold on his face. There's no cuts back and forth, like just letting him slowly deliver this awful dialogue for like 2 minutes, then cut to bad guy, and he goes, huh! And it's ADR. It's not even him doing it. It's garbage. It's the one where you've probably seen the awkward or the reaction. His partner is a black guy, and there's a scene where a waitress or a nurse and our main character, the samurai cop, are having like a sexy, smoldery conversation where he's hitting on her and she's not having it. She saw his dick and she asked if when he got circumcised, they took too much off. And the black guy goes, like, does like a react face. And that react face has been memed to eternity and beyond.
And do they like hold it on the react face too long?
Way too long. Well, they cut right to him. And there's no soundtrack or anything, so nothing flows. Samurai Cop is the funniest bad movie I've ever seen. And it is not even close to being good. You'll notice at one point they went back for reshoots and had to put a wig on him. And when I say you'll notice, I mean you'll notice. It's just like, all right, here's the wig.
I love when there's stuff like that that's so jarring in a movie that I have that like I ask myself like I must have missed a plot point because it's like there's no way this slipped in. There must be a reason there's a coffee cup in Winterfell.
That show was misunderstood. The ending was better than they said.
It was bad.
I did not.
No, let me explain it to you because you clearly don't get it. Mm-hmm. So Dany flies on her dragon and she kills all these people in Winterfell or in King's Landing. And Jon Snow can't really live with this because she's going to do it again. So he kills Dany. Cool. Mm-hmm. Drogon comes up there, sees this, melts the Iron Throne with his dragon breath, right? Now we need a new king. There's only one logical choice. The guy that brought his own chair. Boom. Game of Thrones makes sense.
Who brought his own chair?
Bran.
Oh yeah. No, he sucks. I hope Bran dies.
Who else?
Anyone but Bran. Anyone but Bran. John would have been
only guy
better.
with a chair gets the throne.
The free
Bran
folk
didn't even
subreddit,
make good decisions. Bran was an absolute abject burden from start to fucking finish.
Bran was just a
All
pile
these
of luggage
supposed
that they carried
musings
around.
of knowledge that he ever provided his companions who pushed him and sledded him and did everything actively worked to get them killed. Nothing.
Yeah.
He
If
was
he had
drug
stayed-
kicking and he was drug sitting and screaming through the wilderness to his destiny, which didn't end up mattering really. And
not at
that
all.
character
He-
sucked.
Yeah, I know.
I wish
Sorry,
Jamie
I
would have
felt like
just
it didn't
killed
matter.
him.
his story didn't matter. If he had stayed in that room in Winterfell, right, or he falls off the tower, he goes in the room. If he'd never left that room ever, nothing would have changed, except those kind children who befriended
He
him
wouldn't
would
have
still
had
be
the
alive.
greatest stories and therefore wouldn't have been king.
Yeah,
He didn't have the
fuck that
greatest story.
stupid shit to your fucking show. What a meltdown. I saw on the Free Folk subreddit, they pointed out fucking Sam became Grand Maester and he doesn't even have one link to that chain of links, each of which mean you have mastered an area of science, right? You have to be, you need like 18 doctorates to fucking be a maester with a chain. He doesn't have one, and they made him the captain of the fucking team, and he can't get a hit. It didn't make any fucking sense.
That's such a
Stupid fucking.
disappointment.
What's it called when you get ahead based on who you know? Nepotism is family, right? Is it?
Yeah.
Is it still nepotism?
I think nepotism still counts.
Probably.
I don't think nepotism requires,
I don't think there's another
parenthood
word
or-
for it.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Well,
think
then
it's
that
just
Yeah,
choosing people you
favoring
don't
relatives,
deserve.
friends, or associates. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys finished
Yeah.
Silo. I did, and I thought the
Yes.
ending was very good.
Don't spoil
I
it for me. I'm just started it. I'm like 2 episodes in.
Okay, I'll just hush up about it. I'll just say, there was a point in the middle where I was like, I don't know where this is headed, but got to the end and I was thoroughly pleased.
Yeah,
Thoroughly pleased.
We just picked up Apple TV just to check out some of the stuff on it. So any other good
Apple TV is
recommendations?
pretty
that would be
good. It's also
got Apple
cheaper.
TV? Tell
It's
them about
also
the
cheaper.
show.
Are we talking about
For All Mankind.
For All Mankind? For All Mankind's
That's
the best thing on Apple TV.
For all mankind.
Perhaps on all TV.
No, the best thing on
Caroline
Apple
Mars one?
TV is a series called Blackbird. It's a short mini series about a. I don't want to get into it. It's really good. I told you guys
Wait a
to
minute.
watch it. I think
Crime
Blackbird.
Ted
Am I
Lasso.
joking or not? Am I
Ted
gonna regret
Lasso's
this?
Ted Lasso's on Apple TV, right? Have
It
you
is.
seen that yet?
What is it?
Ted Lasso.
No, haven't seen that.
So Ted Lasso's a comedy. I really, really liked it. And basically, he's an American football coach who comes over to Europe to coach a European football team, which is soccer. And he's really just, you could call him toxically positive or just an abominable force of positivity who lifts everyone around him in really tough situation. My wife and I watched it together and just really, really liked it. Also, it's 3 seasons and it ends on time at a high. A 4th season might have been too much. I don't know if they could have sustained the level of enjoyment that I had into season 4.
All right.
For All Mankind, on the other hand, is the alternate reality in which the Soviets win the space race and America says, "Oh no, you didn't," and just keeps going. And we fund the NASA to hell and back. We discover some sort of fancy stuff that makes it financially viable to keep funding it, and they just keep going. So by the 80s, we're talking about Mars seriously. Like the Mars program is happening, and by the 90s, it's like future tech and all sorts of cool shit has happened just because we lose the space race. Very character driven, but they do a good job with the special effects and all the space shit. You know, we go to the moon multiple times, bases on the moon. I love that show.
Kyle
And there's
turned me
3 or
onto
4
it.
seasons.
And I agree with him. It's very good. Just a couple little details that won't spoil much. The Russians get to the moon first. That's how we lost the space race. And the Americans, as I guess we did in real life, just keep moving the goalposts. Like, oh yeah, well, the space race is really about colonizing the moon, or it's about this, or it's about that. We just keep trying to be the first person to do a thing. And then the tech, it's kind of cool and it's subtle. You barely notice it. But they're like FaceTiming in 1984. And you're like, wait, what? Oh, you can't do that. But you can.
Yeah.
So,
Which is kind of cool because sometimes you'll see sci-fi stuff, and if you're looking forward, sometimes the stuff they miss really like jars you out of it. You know, like they're still using like the fucking like submarine kind of like communications as opposed to like a cell phone or like whatever else kind of deal. And you're like, what the fuck is this shit? So it's funny looking because if you do it backwards, you can inject the future stuff in and make it more realistic. That's kind of cool.
I watched a really dark Black Mirror episode. The new season's out. It's Josh Hartnett and Aaron Paul. Hadn't seen Josh Hartnett in anything since fucking Sin City, maybe. But they're astronauts. They never really get into how far they're going, just that they're going to be in that ship for a long time together, just the two of them. But they have this mechanism where they just hop in a bed, they go to sleep, and they're in a robot now that's back home on Earth with their families that's just like them. And you can have sex with your wife, you can live your life with your kids, and it's anytime you're not just actively working on the space station or on the spaceship, which is most of the time, you're just back home with family. And it was one of the darker pieces of sci-fi I've ever seen in my life. It was upsetting. It was upsetting.
I saw that too. I've heard people say it was the best of this. That was the best episode of this year's Black Mirror.
I've only seen one.
I did not like
this. Seen the best one
this season. So it's actually hearing Kyle's recap was actually better than I remember it again. So
it always is. He does that. Yeah. Or sometimes he'll write an alt like, you know what? That ended wrong. This is what they should have done. And I'm like, man, I want to see
my alternate ending to The Sopranos. Yes.
There's a bunch of them.
I keep writing. They're just
ignoring me.
Gandolfini won't return his calls.
The Gandolfini estate calls me a terrorist.
They call me a freeloader.
They won't have my call.
I'm just a humble trash man. I'm just.
You guys ready to wrap?
Yeah, I guess we better.
Filthy, everybody. Filthy Robot on Twitch is as per usual.
Check his links in the description.
Perfect.
Buy your cum pills. I'm back on it. I was tired of coming like a regular person. I took a little break. I don't know what I was thinking. Now I'm back on the upward trajectory. Just more ejaculate day by day. PKA 658.